You know, some days it's easier to think of the first thing I want to say on stream once the intro song is done. And then other days I sit here and my brain just kind of bricks and I don't really know what to say. So instead, we get an intro like this where I just end up saying hello. Bonjour. It happens when you end streams too. That's true. That's true. Maybe the general theme is I'm just a tired boy. Con, I'm very sorry to hear. Warrior as well. Everyone's dying. Everyone's falling apart. Everyone is falling apart. Have I tried learning English? You know, I've thought about it, but it doesn't seem like that's for me. I prefer Espanol. Start a Sky. You know. Oh, you're not wrong. Final, what's up? We're doing okay. SmackDown was in Toronto. He said Toronto. Yay. That is what I think of every time I think of Toronto as well. Sid, you are indeed bad at social media, and you should feel bad. You should feel fine. Sid, how are you? All right, let's get into today's nonsense. My warm up. Today's Reigns.app. What do we have? What the fuck? IWGP Tag, ECW World Heavyweight, World Television. Bammer. Right? That's gotta be Bam Bam. Bang bang! Hell yeah, brother. Goddamn. One of these days, we'll find another one that stumps me. Today is not that day. Today is not that day. Beautiful. I hate using Twitter so much. Me too. It's awful. It is the worst. Ty, what's going on? Old Bam Bam Gigolo. Monkey, what's up? I hit my 2-year sobriety on July 20. Hey, good shit, man. Congrats. Congrats. Hopefully the job's not wearing you down too much, but congrats, man. Elsewhere as well, bonjour. Can't wait until EA buys Reigns and finds Lethal. I'm gonna need you to shut the hell up. I'm gonna need you to shut the hell up. Yeah, Warrior, that does suck. Nuclear, what's up? Check your Discord DMs for Mariah May's new WWE. Oh no, what have they done? What have they done? I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared. I don't know if I want to know. I don't know if I want to know. No way! They they didn't. Oh my god, that is shameless. God, I feel so sorry for her. Just outright copying Tony Storm's look to a T. Yeah, if you're not a wrestling fan, you won't understand the deal. That's crazy. That is crazy that they're just outright let's have her take Tony Storm's look. That's fucking crazy. I can't believe that. So yeah, for anybody that does not know, wrestling wise, I forget her WWE name, but this was Mariah May, who was over in Japan and was in AEW for a year, and like this is what Mariah May looked like when she was with AEW. And then Tony Storm's most recent look has been, pretending she's an early, movie starlet. So just like shameless. Now, in fairness, Mariah May and Tony Storm did feud a lot, but still, that is shameless. Blake Monroe, that's right. That's what it was. Wow. I can't believe that that is shameless. Oh my god. Final, I hope so. From a Liverpool perspective, I'm not the most optimistic. My hope is for top 4, but I do think they need help to get there. So, back from vacation, Wi-Fi was dead. Roommate moved out, took some shared stuff. Living the dream. Take my Jesus, CW. Well, it's good to have you back, but oh my god. Went on vacation. Roommate stole from me. Like, Jesus. God damn, that's I don't have another response other than god damn, that sucks, you know? Shit. That is not ideal. So the gathering of the juggalos is happening now, I've heard. And so far, over 600 pounds of drugs supplements and over 20 arrests have happened for drugs, assault, vandalism. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I was just watching the Hollywood show. Do I know what that is? I don't know if I know what that is. Has the renaming happened yet? No. The Chara stuff I did see today. Yeah, it's kind of shocking. He's like the first guy to do the whole leave his skates at center ice thing. Oh, with Chara, one of my takeaways was just there was a group photo after the game with members of the 2011 Cup winning team. I can't find it, but there was that picture out on Instagram, and god damn. It's weird. It's weird to see so many of these guys. I think it was on Andrew Ferentz's Insta. Yeah, there it is. Now look, obviously, right? And I showed my wife this picture earlier, right? Like, obviously some of these guys are going to be looking older. But man, you especially, like, it's just fucking weird. Like, there's a bald ass Johnny Boychuk in the front. And then on the right, Tim Thomas, Michael Ryder, Dennis Seidenberg still looks to be in great shape. Thomas Caberlet, like Mark Recchi. Some of these guys are pushing, if not already, above 50, which is just nuts. It just blows my mind. Blows my mind. Pretty much dread hearing anyone from AEW jump into WWE these days other than Cody. Yeah. Yeah, McQuaid was in that picture too. McQuaid, Boychuk, I mean, a good amount of the team. What happened with Thomas Caberlet? The guy's almost 50. He's not a professional athlete anymore. That's all that happened. We're not shaming him. It's just surprising, you know? But, yeah. Another thing, he paid attention to my stories about the local signings doing some... You know, worry, I did see those. Congrats, though. That's pretty cool. I see the Victoria lost the... I did? Okay. Man, you guys are going a mile a minute with the... Did you see this? Did you see this? Warrior, that is very cool. Also, stop being sick. Get a better immune system, nerd. I did hear that the PWHL's Walter Cup has gone missing. Which, yeah. That is unfortunate and not good. That is unfortunate and not good. I can't remember the last time a trophy or a championship went missing since Chris Jericho lost his at a fucking Outback Steakhouse. But, you know, it's been a while. The Walter Cup. The Walter. Well, it would be the Walter if Boston had won it, but, you know, they didn't. They didn't. But I'm not sick. I had surgery on my knee. Well, get better knees, nerd. Have you considered that? Have you considered getting better knees, loser? Get better knees, nerd. Like, it was shipping it to Alberta and the shipping company lost it. Ah, that's what happened. Okay. Ah, it's fine. You know, there's replacements. You know. I'm sure I never thought of that. Clearly it did, because you had surgery to try to make it better. Ha-ha! Got him. Fucking got him. Caught you in a logic trap, nerd. Nerd. Anyway, if there was a million questions that were asked, so if I missed something already, let me know. Oh, God, we got people fucking posting links and shit. I don't want to watch anything. Please laugh at Ottawa. I don't want to. I don't want to. A dropped field goal snap sets up another Montreal touchdown. Look, man. Uh-oh. All right. Hold on. Oh, the CFL. Oh, the CFL. The only time I ever hear about the CFL is when someone's like, hey, look, Ottawa blew it again. That's the only time I hear anything about the CFL nowadays, is people laughing at the Ottawa Red Blacks. Really, they should be the Ottawa Black and Blues, because they constantly get the shit kicked out of them. You see, I made a funny. Hockey Kid, what's up? How was your Friday? Bunch of drunk Canadians pretending to not. What percentage of CFL players are Canadian, though? I'm intrigued, actually. Georgia Southern down for mid-10. Like, is it more than 50%? I can't imagine. Most players are American? Yeah, that's what I would think. Have you seen any of the Insidious movies? There's a new one out. Heard of them, don't think I've seen them. Heard of them, don't think I've seen them. 46, you're just making up a number. Been to a lot of major cities in the U.S., and Seattle may have taken the crown as my favorite, is at least favorite. It's beautiful, and then, oh yeah, no, CW, it's, yeah. Welcome to major cities in America. Your only hope is that one can be more beautiful than the other, but at the same time, you know, homelessness and substance abuse issues, easy for me to say, are going to be rampant. So, you know. But yeah, having been to, like, you know, Seattle, Vancouver, like, yeah, no, it's a gorgeous part of the world, but it's also a lot of problems. Lot of problems. Each CFL team must dress a minimum of 21 Canadians. Cross nines, it's 189 is making a pass. Okay, so it is actually close to 50. That 46% number might not have been a lie. It was Tiebreaker that posted it, and I can't trust anything the Tiebreaker says, so. All right. Yeah, CW, that's fair. Surprised Canada hasn't gotten it. I mean, Tiebreaker, that's your fault, though, and you know it. You know it. It's entirely deserved. Okay, there you go. At least you know. I'm not, like, you know, I'm not saying, like, an NFL team in Toronto wouldn't work, although it is way too close to Buffalo. And that's basically the issue, right? Is it's like, oh, well, put it in Toronto. They already, you know, Buffalo's close enough. Oh, put it in Vancouver. Seattle's close enough, right? So, what city would you possibly put it in? Like, unless you're going to do, like, fucking Saskatoon, you know? So, Montreal. Yeah, Yellowknife. PEI. Perfect. Perfect. The Yukon. Ah, Meg, we sure didn't. We sure didn't. We made it to the Final Four, and we lost. I'm feeling better, by the way, if you care. I don't. At all. Matter of fact, I'm disappointed that you don't feel worse. Thanks for disappointing me. Wow. I mean... not the answer you were expecting, huh? Oh, man. We'll put a team in Dildo, Newfoundland. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Mountain West relegated Kansas. Still not named right, so no. Still not subbed either. Bam. Necro, damn. Necro, how you been? I feel like it's been a little bit. Thank you for the 87 months. That is indeed a hell of a lot of months. And I hope you are doing phenomenally. Phenomenally. 87 damn months. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Every time someone says 87, Sidney Crosby has a mini organ. I don't know if that happens. I feel like he gets mad. Like, no, you can't say that number. That's my number. You know? I feel like he'd be very defensive. Been behind, so catching up on the YouTube side when I can. Fair. Very fair. The fun never stops here. That is for sure. Fun never stops. Ah, shit. What the fuck just happened? Save as text file. What the fuck just happened? Is Delaware in the Mac? Yes, they okay. Weird. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Ooh. Oh, Delaware's listed twice. Weird. Wow, Meg, harsh. Very, very harsh. Very, very harsh. That would have had to have been a hell of a glass cut, though, to frickin' lose a thumb in that, you know? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Weird. Huh. Mountain West. New Mexico to the American for South Florida. Oh, my favorite part is trying to make sure I don't make a mistake. American, Louisiana, relegated. JMU. Shout out to Seattle for scoring. Shout out to Cal Raleigh for being on track to be one of the biggest one-hit wonders in the history of baseball. Mountain West, Tulane to the American for Iowa State. All right. All right. Team USA killed the vibe. Yeah, it all dates back to not shaking hands, you know? It all dates back to poor sportsmanship. All right. Toledo to the Pac-12 for Stanford. All right. Mizzou down to the American for Nevada, Tomato. And Central Florida to the Pac-12 for Mississippi State, whose logo is literally just the word state. Great minds. Great minds. Pac-12, Mansion and Wisconsin. To the ACC, Mr. Marsteller, 33 months on the primer. What a man. Marsteller, how are you, dude? Sir, man. pal, guy, buddy. Oh, ECC, West Virginia. Down for Pittsburgh. All right, and South Carolina to the ACC for Buffalo. We really do need an emote for whenever Kana comes up with an original sentence this chat's never seen before. What goes on in South Carolina? That's a question I don't know if you want the answer to. Do you normally start this early? Ah, yes, early. Early, yes. That's what it is right now. It's early. That's what it is right now. It's early. Fuck. I am gonna have to do some research here because we have a mistake somewhere. Paulie, what's up, man? Time is relative, I guess. Kansas State down to the ACC for North Carolina. And somebody is not where they're supposed to be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Shit. All right. What happened yesterday? Somehow there is a missing team in terms of promotion relegation. And that's not ideal. All right, quickly back into the files. So it is the 4th team promoted from the ACC. That was week 14. There's the MAC, Mountain West, American, Pac-12, ACC. It is either Illinois or Iowa, and I think it was Illinois. Okay. ACC, Illinois to the Big 12 for Arkansas. That's what we were missing. Neat. Oh, Big 12, Texas to the SEC for TCU. Try to focus in on finishing up this fucking process. We're almost there. Then we get to rename people and then watch this team poop themselves when it matters the most in terms of potentially challenging for a national championship, you know? The one thing that should be incredibly easy for a team of this caliber to do, but somehow we can't do it. Minnesota for Boise State. How'd you lose to Louisville? They're not even the biggest team in Kentucky. They're good at basketball, though. Did the Browns do the thing? They did. They did. So we're taking a bit of a break from Madden until they fix some of their bullshit. Wrath, what's going on? They're all good at basketball. Texas A&M to the Big Ten for Tennessee. I guess they're more of the SC Tennessee. Okay, that didn't work. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Big Ten relegated. No more Utah. Lethal, we're good. I went back and found it in my files. We're good. The fuck is Duke doing in the Big Ten? I don't know. They are about to get relegated, though. They actually did get relegated. They'll be replaced by BYU. But yeah, somehow Duke made it into the top tier. Which is very, very impressive. Because they really had no business being there. At all. I give them credit, though. Alright, there we go. Thank God that's done. Alright, we didn't need to do anything transfer-wise. Bada bing, bada boom. Gotta love the Touglane fighting Toog. Wake is in the ACC. Not anymore, they're not. Not anymore, they're not. At least not in this timeline. Alright, I like Western Kentucky with Big Red. He's a hell of a mascot. Alright. Preseason number 1. Of course, we didn't rebrand to the Red Rovers. We did not. You know the deal. At this point, we rename all of our true freshmen. You can change their first name or their last name, but you cannot change both. So TJ Moffitt could be Toffet Moffitt. He could be TJ JT, but he cannot be Sam Driver. I don't know. What do we got? Open forum. TJ New Phase. Little Miss Moffitt. TJ Perkins. Is his wife going to get in arguments with people on Twitter? All right. We'll go popular on this one here. Oh, good old Glendale. I barely even remembered Glendale. Say hello to Lil Miss. Lil Miss Moffitt. There he is. Who else is new? Leon Kashama. What do we have for Leon Kashama? 2043. Uh-huh. We've been a 99 overall team for like 6 years now. And we just can't break through. We just can't break through to win a national title. It's brutal. Cash App Kashama. Yes, in the timeline where we're now sponsoring our children's names. Rock the Kashama. Hisham Kashama. Leon Tiny Dick White. Dolly Kashama. Leon Why So Pissy. Tango and Cash Ama. I like the reference at least. I like the reference at least. Leon Mexico. Leon Leoff. You know what? I like the idea that his parents allowed a business to rename him. It's not Cash App though, it's Cash App. Free safety, no true freshman. Corners, no true freshman. Linebackers. Cam Barnage. What do we got for Cam Barnage? Cameron Barnage. What do we got? Cam Moron. Barnage. Barnage. Build a Barnage. Yard Barnage. Cam Quarter. Open Barnage. Cam Slam. Cam Barnage. Broadside of a... Is that it? Is that too many characters? That might not be, though. Cam L. Lights is also very good. It is also very good. Let's see if we can make this work. Broadside of a... Yeah, broadside of a... There he is. Good old broadside of a... It's Latin. Darian Fatinikun. Carnage Barnage would have been decent too. Darian Fatinikun. What do we got for Darian? What's the word? Not that Fatinikun. He's a pretty slim man for 270 pounds. You know what? In fairness. Sliminakun. Camo lights Fatinikun. Oh, God. Let's, I cast Fatinikun. Not bad. We'll kind of take a chat suggestion and modify it a little bit. He'll be Slim Thick Fatinikun. There he is. There he is. Because he is slim, but somehow he is 270 pounds. Skylar McCauley. I abstain from naming him Wes McCauley. But Skylar McCauley. What do we have for Skylar McCauley? Damn it. Uh-huh. Skylar White. Culkin McCauley, Skylar New. Holy fuck, they actually performed Hands Up. Kinda, it's too many characters. Les McCauley. Skylar Dirtlar. Shouldn't it be Skylar Groundler? Wesley McCauley. No. Oh, God. And we do have Razor suggesting Skylar Groundlar, of course. Let's do it. Why not? Why not? Instead of just the Skylar White reference. Cody, that is the correct way to go about it. Lord knows my optimism is dead for this team. Jimmy Troop. What do we got for Jimmy? Good old Jimmy Troop. Goof Troop. Ooh, tough to pass up on Goof Troop. Donald Troop. Dance Troop. Jimmy Mouth of the South. Girl Scout Troop. Not bad. Moki, you're not wrong. Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. You know what? It's about playing to your audience. We're going Goof Troop. When else are we going to be able to name somebody Goof Troop, you know? Holy Edge Rushers. Okay. Sterling Bakhtiari. And before somebody says Sterling Silver. Sterling. Don't call him David Bakhtiari. Sterling Archer. David Yep, see, there you go. Bring it back, Tiari. Front Tiari, back Tiari. Sterling Raheem. Sterling the Pot. Sterling Silverware. Oh, goodness. Bandito, indeed we are. Baby's got Bakhtiari. Sterling's dad, the coach. My sister went to a school with the Sterling Silver. Of course. Of course, right? Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. We gotta go with Baby's got. Good old Baby's got Bakhtiari. Gotta happen. I was here yesterday, but streak didn't save. I think it has to be 3 in a row, right? Minimum. But yeah, Twitch streaks are weird. Kyle Ragas. Kyle Ragas. What do we got for Kyle Ragas? What is the word for Kyle Ragas? We lost last night. We sure did. We sure did. Stalking Ragas, Kyle Dubas, Kyle. Fuck off. Fuck off. Hulk too soon. I'll get yelled at for that one. Kyle Broflovsky, Bagus Ragus. Let's go. Kyle Crocodile is so dumb because somehow that has turned into a running joke here and I don't know how. Let's see. Kyleton. Evan Courage. I appreciate the attempt, big boy. I appreciate the attempt. Kyle Gass. Name is Kyle, so hence the Kyle. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, let's see. Washaragas. Kyle Oren, I thought would hit. I'm not a big Star Wars guy, but I get the reference. Obviously. Kyle E. Coyote. You know what? To encourage people to go watch the movies so you can tell, Leaving Las Vegas. Ooh. I don't know if Mike wins, though. It's not pronounced Las Vegas. It's, you know? We're going with the son of a legend. We're going with the son of a legend. Gotta happen. Going with the son of a legend. Also, go see, you know, Cody versus Acme. You include the naming in the YouTube video? No, I always just have people show up for what they, you know, end up being. Carl Brahms. What do we got for Carl Brahms? Mr. Brahms. Abra Brahms. Carl Carlson. Jeff Brahms. Karl Marx. Carl Weezer. Carl Grimes, no relation. Carl. Alright, there's two really good ones here. There's two really good ones. I can't let Carl Crocodile win. I can't let that win. It's so stupid. Fuck. Cody, I'm so sorry, but you finished in second. You can't. It's making you. I know! Because it's fucking stupid. It's the dumbest. Fine. Fine. Right guard, anybody new? No. Centers. Paul Meeks. Cody, you can't take Muted's gimmick. What do we got for Paul Meeks? Stream asks for originality, picks the current chat meme being beaten to death. Well, you know. There was some creativity in it, you know? Paul Crocodile. No. That's not winning. Mr. Me Meeks. Mill Meeks. Me Meeks. Weak Meeks. Paulie Dangerously. Muted, what's up, man? Checks Meeks. That's so dumb. Oh, Paul Abdul. That's so dumb. Paul Shore. Yeah, not even Paulie Shore, just Paul Shore. Alright. Paul Levesque Jr. Boo. We're going with Paul Abdul. Just because of the That's, you know, delightful. Paul Dean. Not bad. Left guard, nobody. Left tackle, nobody. Tight end, nobody. Wide outs, people. Dennis Favre. What do we got for Dennis Favre? Did I misspell Abdul because I typed it too fast? That's fine. Adbul. Why can't he be Adbul? Brett Favre. Brett Favre, no relation. Fuck Brett Favre. Didn't commit fraud farm. He did though. He did. Dennis Tremendous. Dennis the fuck boy. Went to Favre. Welfare Favre is also pretty good. It's pretty good. We'll go with Welfare Favre. Does it ever wellware? Jesus, I cannot type tonight. Good Lord, spelling? I never. Spelling's for rich people, okay? Spelling is for rich people. Tired? Yes. Always. I have a million things to do all the time. Spelling is for Tori. Haha, you see, because that's her last name. Javier Hart. Hulk, I've seen some clips on Twitter, but not a ton. Not a ton. Corey Hart, Jimmy Hart, Javi everywhere. Javier Forehead. Achy Breaky, Bret Hart. It's still going? Of course it is. Watching Vegas videos on YouTube. Did you really draft a guy in a different game, 92 overall, second round? Dude, I didn't draft a guy 92 overall in the second round. I drafted a guy 92nd overall, or 92 overall, second overall in the draft. As we say hello to Ready to Wear for the 99 months, which is nuts. Which is absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Let's see. Here, I can get you the link to that as well. Anyway. Playing games with my heart. Attack the heart. Javier Baba Ganoush, not bad. Javier Bardem. Javier Navia, Red Heart. Bruce Hart, the best heart. Oh, let's go for... Achy Breaky's not bad. Pat Benar. I appreciate the effort. Non-toxic Teddy Hart. Even in an alternate reality, that man is still toxic as hell. Don't you worry about it. Even in an alternate reality, that man is still toxic as hell. S. Hart. Shard FTW. Let us go for... I don't even know. Let's see. Enlarged heart. God. It could, you gotta go with Achy Breaky. Alright, because Muted begged for it like a nerd. I can't speak, I can't type, I can't do anything. We'll go with Achy Breaky. And that way Muted can say, see, I do win sometimes. Romeo Kimball. What do we got for Romeo Kimball? Romeo Kimball. Da-da-da-da. Romeo Kimball. Romeo and Juliet. Romeo, oh Romeo. Thimble Kimball, Jack B. Kimball, Jimmy Kimball. Dog Kimball, Nimble Kimball. Detective John Kimball. Quite a few Romeo and Juliets in there. And some thimbles and some nimbles. Romeo dead. Romeo Nomeo. Romeo the Homeo. Quite a few Detective John Kimballs. Romeo Caesar. Romeo down the river. Romeo of the Heartbreakers. All right. We will go with Romeo and Juliet. There he is. Why not? Why not? We got 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks to round it out. Damian Cook. You are not allowed to suggest Matt Cook. You are not allowed to suggest anything. Damian Batman. Let him. A lot of let hims. A lot of let hims. We'll just go for it. We'll go with the popular vote on this one. Yeah, we'll go with, like, let him. Good old let him. That's not what he was trying to cook. Isaiah McCracken. Are you allowed to suggest Phil? I don't know if you are. I don't know if you are. Well, that's 2 Phils already. Mick released the McCracken. Oh, let's see. Seattle McCracken. Release McCracken. Empty McCracken. McChicken McCracken. Pepsi Phil. God damn it. Mick Canucks McCracken. Isaiah Thomas. Unleash the McCracken. Okay. We'll go with the popular votes on this one. Again. Make it easy. Plumber McCracken's not bad. I'll go with release the McCracken. There he is. Isaiah, I say. All right. And then the quarterbacks, Clayton Mathis. 5-star Clayton Mathis. In before Clayton Bigsby as the top suggestion. Packer McCracken would have been pretty good too. Mathis. Judge Mathis. Praying Mathis. Clayton Manning. You know what? I mean, English isn't Mathis. Oh, goodness. Only because he is a quarterback. Only because he's a quarterback, and it's funny to think of Peyton Manning's black son. Perfect. Final one, Zach Lowell. What do we have for same forehead, right? What do we got for Zach Lowell? UMass Lowell. Zach Morris, Zach De La Roca, Zach Greinke. Lock Monster Lowell, Zach R.E. Zach and Cody, Lowell, Zach and Cheese. Sweet Life Lowell. Zach Attack, Mike Lowell. Let us go for. I mean, it's so many references. Home Improvement Store Lowell. Zach Nepotism. What? Heil Lowell. See if there's anything. Zach Attack from the YouTube side. Oh, Zaction to Action. Zach Attack. Zach Ack? Where's the Mars Attack? You know? In fairness. I do love me some Mars Attacks. I feel like it's pretty obscure at this point, though. How many people even remember when Mars Attacks? And Jack Black getting vaporized. Zack of potatoes. That's brutal. That's brutal. You know what? Fuck it. It's perfect. Zack of potatoes. My sister loved that movie. I love that movie. It's a great fucking movie. Beautiful. Well, Cody, if you're making it your gimmick, then I can't let you win, you know? You played yourself. I can't let you win if it's your gimmick. All right. Well, my hopes and dreams are dead. About as dead as Cody's dreams of successfully renaming one of our players. No matter what we do, we cannot win a national championship. No matter how many times we are the preseason #1. No matter what else happens from here, it's just a time. It's a time. Maybe we'll win. We probably won't. Holy shit, you're in 2043. Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, we are. Yes, we is. Yes, we is. Here we go. Tonight's going to be a night. In terms of the team, let's talk about it. We didn't have to cut anybody this year. We were actually 2 players short of the max. Quarterbacks. Pushin' Cushionberry. Derek, number 2. Derek Liba. Clayton Manning. And Zack of Potatoes. One of the 2 freshmen has to play, and we'll sit out Zack because he does not have the throw power. Running backs. Oh, it's going to do the dumb thing. Hold on. Hold on. So we finished atop the Big Ten standings. Have we won the title yet? No. And that is the goal, to win the title or to win the national title or both. At this point. Running backs, Marcel Phone. Hugh in the hell are you? Don't give your Antwine. Dodge Durango. That's the goal now. Mateo Matato. Ozzy Osbourne. Let 'em cook. And they're phenomenal. And release the McCracken. No fullbacks. Your wideouts. Christian Jew. Miyamori. Carl Malone. Not that one. Dwayne the Bathtub. Lyle Alligator. It's so fucking stupid. It's not even the last one. Robin Hood and Merry Man. Welfare Favre. Achy Breaky Heart. And Romeo and Juliet. Your tight ends, Dean Suggs, Alex Hurtahu, Levi Substation, and Has Mom Had Dad. Left tackle, Richard of Glass and Idiots Avant. Left guard, Hyon Drugsma, who's only a sophomore, that's insane. And Leprechaun. Your centers, Sateki Matsui, Banayu Banagoo, Emmanuel Trainer, Sandcastle, Quinton on the team, and Paul Abdul. Right guard, Sergeant Slaughter, Tremaine Heller, Eric Bullock, who will somehow try to sit out right now, Stefan Stefoff, and Payphone McCauley. Right tackle, Zeke Slayer, and Marquise Mikeesh. Defensively at edge rusher, we have Josh Uwa, Joey Jojo Joseph, Paul Shabazz, Black Lung Coleman, Baby's Got Bakhtiari, Kyle E. Coyote, and Carl Crocodile. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, it gets me, though. It fucking gets me, though. It's so stupid. Right side, Fun Sexton, Cleveland Brown, Wet Willies, Goof Troop, and Jack Goff. Defensive tackle, Kareem Fawerda, Big Ol' Booty, 8 Betonio, Slim Thick Fatinikun, and Skylar Groundlar. Linebackers, Cliff Below, bowling ball, and broadside of a barnage. In the middle, Frederick the Entertainer, Kevin from the Block, Terry Kennedy, Ed Ednetti, and Tucker Walters. And on the weak side, Tua turned the ball over as we say hello to Niles for the $2. Tim Burton was upset with the decision. I mean, yeah, he probably should have been. It was literally called The Landmark. Shout out to Mars Attacks, though. Tremendous film. Cole Barnes, Tank Abbott round out the linebackers. At corner, Eric Averill, Tyree Hammer, Ben Chid, and Steve the Samurai. Your safeties, Tim Maeva, who will actually sit out this year. So Emilio Ayulio. And on the strong safety side, Braden Root, Big Riggs, Marco Correa, Prequels Aren't Canonico, and Cash App Kashama, a.k.a. Kashap. Kashap. Yeah, Cody, I still need to update a couple things with it. Your kicker, Lil Miss Moffat. Punter, Daniel Hunt. Will this team fail to deliver again? Of fucking course they will. That's just what they do. I've resigned to the fact that we're probably closer to relegation than we are to actually winning a national title. We're going to be running a spread offense with a 4-2-5 defense. Okay. Works for me. Works for me. Do 4-2-5 zone pressure, I guess. All right. We look at the depth chart for this year. Let's see. Are we ranked first in the country? Yeah, we sure are. So it's either Pushin Cushenberry or number 2, Derek Lieber. Both are fast. Both have throw power. Awareness goes to Cushenberry. Abilities go to Lieber. Ooh. I mean, accuracies. Is Lieber actually number 2? Yes, he is. Throw on the run. Throw under pressure. Break sack is much higher for Lieber. Play action. Cushenberry literally can't do it. Number 2, Derek Lieber will be our quarterback, the redshirt freshman. He's the guy for now. Running backs, obviously, we could just go with the ratings at this point because these guys are nuts. These guys are nuts. I guess technically Mateo Matato could be put in there, but what do we got? Fullback-wise, Suggs is the starting tight end, so we can't get him in there. Well, we have so many extra running backs. Let's factor these guys in, then, if we even have a fullback. The wideouts, of course, are pretty much all going to be delightful. Pushin Cushenberry can actually play wideout. He's not the fastest. He has 79 catching. Yeah. That's interesting that he's viewed as that good of a wideout. Weird. Honestly, we'll just go based off a rating. Although Tub is better than Malone in terms of abilities, so. Tight end wise, we will go with Alex Hurta, who is the number 1, because Suggs is just not that fast. He's just not that fast. He's a big-ass boy, though. It's 6'6", 270. Which is why he kind of works as a fullback. Let's see. So in terms of the predictions, we'll put that up as well. All right. That looks better there. Although, again, Suggs, let's just bump you up, I guess. Maybe not. You know, I changed my mind again. I do that. Left tackles, Richard of Glass and Idiot Savant. Fine by me. Which one won last year? I ended up canceling it because of the way that we phrased it. So this year, you'll notice The prediction is different. It specifically mentions the conference championship, not just like regular season standings. Center. Oh my god. All right, we'll come back to that. Left guard. Don't we have more than one left guard active? Yeah, we do. And I'm sure we have a million right guards. I am sure that we have a million right guards. And we do. More abilities for Heller. So Heller will be in over Slaughter. And then centers, we'll just go with Sateki Matsui. It's fine. Left side edge rusher. Who's on the right side if it's the... Okay. So Ua and Jojo Joseph are the top dogs there. So that is Shabazz and Sexton. Works for me. Defensive tackle. Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. And I guess technically factor in higher rated dudes if other defensive tackles are out. Linebackers. Do we have another strong side linebacker? No, we don't. So let's just go with like this guy. So Cliff Below. Middle linebackers, pretty straightforward. And the weak side. All right, that works. Corners. We, in theory, look very, very good at corner. All right. Let's go with something like that. Free safety. Strong safety. All right, I think Riggs can end up playing if need be. Yeah, there we go. Put Riggs in there. Cool. Kicker punter's good. Kick return. Marcel Phone's got a 91 in that regard, apparently. Punting looks good. Kickoffs, good. Long snapper, good. Third down back, just go highest rated dude. Power back. Ball security, backlash, and balance. Let's get Mateo Matato in there instead. You know what? Actually, third down back. Yeah, just highest rated. That's fine. Slot receiver. Again, just highest rated. It's all good. Rushing left end and right end. So Tua is the guy on the other side. So we want to know. Takedown or house call. We'll go with Kevin. So Frederick and Kevin. That works. Defensive tackle. Let's go with Fawarda. He's got way more abilities, more physicals. Sub linebacker. Yeah, again, just go highest rated. Just go highest rated. Let it figure it out in real time. Who's available and active on the field in that moment. Number 2, Derek Leba leads this team. God help me. Preseason All-Americans. Are we all over this list? Yep. Including Push and Cushionberry, but there's no way he's starting. We have no excuses. Heisman watch. Second year in a row, all 4 preseason favorites are Blue Moose. So we'll look at the conference standings heading into this year. Tier number 11, independent status. Air Force, App State, Arkansas State, Coastal Carolina. Have we won? No, we didn't even win the Heisman last year. Florida Atlantic, Kennesaw State, Louisiana Tech, Northern Illinois, New Mexico State, North Texas, Ohio, Old Dominion, San Jose State, South Alabama, Southern Mississippi, Temple, UNLV, and the San Antonio Roadrunners. Tier number 10. I ain't ready. We did have multiple games last season on at least 50 points. So, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe a different play call style, maybe a different aggression could work. I don't know. Conference USA, tier number 10 has Army, Cincinnati, Georgia Southern, Georgia State, Jacksonville State, Liberty, Marshall, Navy, Sacramento State, San Diego State, UConn, and Western Kentucky. Poor UConn, man. Once upon a time, they were building up momentum and they lost it. Tier number 9 is the Sun Belt with Akron, East Carolina, FIU, Hawaii, Kent State, Middle Tennessee, Oregon State, Texas State, Troy, Tulsa, the UAB Blazers, and the Monroe Warhawks. Tier number 8 has Bowling Green, Central Michigan, Charlotte, Delaware, Kansas, Mo State, North Dakota State, Northwestern, Sam Houston, El Paso, Vanderbilt, and Western Michigan. Tier 7 with Colorado State, Eastern Michigan, Iowa State, Louisiana, NC State, Oklahoma State, Syracuse, South Florida. We say hi to Dean for the 3rd month on the primer. We also say hello to the Virginia Tech Hokies, Washington State, and Wyoming. Good old Wyoming. Hate how badly the newer teams get screwed in pipelines. Yeah, well, yeah. Tier number 6 has California. Dean, how you been, by the way? Thank you as always. Houston, James Madison, still a tier 6 program. Kentucky, Mississippi State, Mizzou, New Mexico, Rice, Rutgers, Stanford, Tulane, and Wake Forest. Tier number 5 has Arizona, Baylor, Buffalo, Fresno State, Memphis, who I'm a bit surprised they're only tier 5, Michigan State, Nevada, Purdue, Texas Tech, Toledo, Central Florida, and West Virginia. Be interesting to take the lowest star program from here as a rebuild with your built-up coach. It would help quite a bit, certainly, to have a coach of this high a level. Tier number 4 has Arizona State, Arkansas, Ball State, tier 4 still, Florida State, Iowa, Kansas State, Maryland, Miami University, Pittsburgh, South Carolina, UCLA, and Wisconsin. Tier 3 has Auburn, Boise State, Boston College, Clemson, Colorado, Florida, Georgia Tech, Illinois, North Carolina, Penn State, TCU, and Virginia. Tier 2 has the Duke Blue Devils, Georgia Bulldogs, Miami, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and Washington. Shout out to the Longhorns and Michigan, who are both down in like tier 4, tier 5. They're back into tier 2. And then the top tier, Alabama, BYU, Indiana. The longest serving team in the top tier, by the way, is Indiana. LSU, Louisville, the defending national champions. The Ohio State Buckeyes. Oklahoma. Mississippi. SMU. Texas A&M. Touglane. And the USC Trojans. That is the status of this alternate reality. Can't escape SMU. They are omnipresent. What does SMU stand for? Southern Methodist University. So we're on flexible play caller with slightly less offensive aggression. I mean, mad scientist, reactive schemer, matchup-oriented ground control to Major Tom, clock and cushion, system coach, situational strategist, balanced pressure. I don't know. I don't know if we should stay on flexible play caller, if we just want to make our team aggressive as fuck. I don't know. I mean, in theory, right? React, like, with the depth and the talent that we have, like, being reactive or matchup oriented in theory shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Situational strategist also shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Also, flexible play caller makes sense, right? Like, we're not tied to one thing. It just doesn't seem as far as mad scientist, you know? That's if we even want to change anything. I don't know if we do. Mad scientist, probably unnecessary with an elite team. Mills confirmed adaptive AI is only for coach suggestions when you play. Really? Nothing to do with when you sim. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, maybe I'm not opposed. That's interesting. Huh. That is interesting. I don't know. It's just a matter of how freaking aggressive do we want to be. Maybe 40, 60. I mean, can we put it down on like 35 so that we'd actually freaking kick field goals, you know? Extremely go for Heisman's, right? You know what? I feel like I've gone insane during this playthrough. Let's just try it and see what happens. Mad scientist, max aggression. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? Don't worry about it. Will I actually keep that? I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. Our custom schedule this year. Let's see. LSU, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Texas in the morning, USC, Alabama, SMU, and BYU. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any lower level teams? Who's like the lowest rated 2-star? Kentucky's not very good. Rutgers are very bad. We'll take on Rutgers. That's fine. Who do we have week 6? Yeah, those guys are all pretty decent. We'll take a trip to Laramie to play the Cowboys. And then week number 1, we'll take on Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah, not a bad shout. We'll play Pittsburgh at home, though. Because otherwise, then it's LSU and Ohio State afterwards as well. I don't know if I'm going to keep that level of aggression. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Of course, our staff members, it's still just absolutely ridiculous. Our budget's up to almost 19,000, which is just ridiculous. Try it for like 4 games. I mean, there's really no harm in at least trying it. I mean, I guess the harm is like, oh, well, we might lose, but it's like, oh, we might lose other games anyway. You said you could possibly remove fun rate. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother. Our team is still up to a 99 overall, right? So, the only other thing I'd possibly switch to, and like every 5-star is interested in this too. The only thing I'd possibly switch to is the 20% off-season boost. Tried 100, they never ran, kicked, or punted. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm worried about, right? Is like if we go too crazy with the aggression. All right, let's see. Hankton gets mad about play time. How many of these dudes care about play style? I don't want to deal with that, even though we do need a corner. I do not want to invest in somebody that at any time can just be like, yeah, fuck you. I don't want to sign with you. So, scout these fuckers out, see where we're at from there. But I will say the idea of us never running the ball is a little bit scary because we do have a good set of running backs, but who knows with mad scientist, right? No crime. It doesn't generate players from outside the US. Like IRL, you know, you'll start off with players on actual rosters that are from outside the US, but yeah, for this game it's only that. For this game, it is only that. All right. Let's run it. We know this won't be the year. It'll never be the year, but do I want to actually run that aggressive of an offense or defense? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I know it's going to be a mistake and a lot, but maybe not. Maybe we put up 17,000 points per game. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. 80-80. Yeah, 80-80 could work too. I say fuck it. Let's just see what happens. All right, for these guys here, let's sort by interest status. Actually, in fairness, yeah, do we have any? Let me go back. Shit. Ah! Default, there we go. So any of the gems, Randy Gasperson? Gasperson? Amari Lockridge. Mr. Scales at corner as well. That guy's a must. Got a couple of busts. Marquise Mail, Marvin Shelley. Russell Teal. Matt Mears is also gone, so we'll bump up Mr. Hawkins. We will bump up Brian Generals. Quite a few 5-star gems here. And another bust, Rashad Penny. Okay. So Randy Gasperson. Just immediately offer you as much money as possible. We have so much money available. 7,500. We're consistently bringing in the top classes in the country. Multiple 5-stars per year, double digits. And we still can't win. And we still can't win. Yeah, hate to see it. All right, Jay Hawkins. All right, number to the non-gems, but Lord knows we got plenty of money, and I think with only 19 people on the board, technically 18 because one guy's mad about playing time, we should be okay to get all these guys on a max offer and 50 points for the week. I'm still sitting here debating if I want to actually go mad scientist with max aggression. Like Dan Campbell with a drug problem is what we're instructing our coach to be right now, which is a bold strategy, Cotton. A very, very bold strategy. But we are kind of desperate at this point. We might as well go crazy. I mean, I've felt like I've literally been going crazy, so we might as well go crazy on the field. Keep people guessing. Dude, we still have 5,000 points. The frickin' coordinators we're going to be able to bring in, by the way. At the end of this year. We have so much frickin' money. Honestly, maybe I should have switched it out to do the extra off-season development. We're going to have some points left as well to look at a couple of... We're basically going to be able to start the 4-star gem hunting already. Your poor NIL donors. All of this money, no titles. I know. We're a front for the mafia. You know, it's fine. Let's look at the athletes first here. Alright, anybody mad about anything? Play style? Play time? No. Hankton's still mad at me, though. Okay. Alright. And we advance a week. Top hat, I can't say that I do. At least it doesn't sound familiar. Max aggression. Because we're angry and lashing out at the world. I mean, it isn't against Pittsburgh. I mean, we should be able to do okay against the Pitt Panthers here, I would think. And if not, we know to immediately abandon this particular strategy. All right, so Hankton, I think those other corners just aren't going to drop, but he's really not taking up that much room. Teron Smith is unfortunately a bust. Terrell, Talbot, again, because we're going after so many 5-stars, it is gem only for these 4-stars. Best chance to not end up with normal dev. Does Maine even have a mafia? I mean, there's no such thing as the mafia. So no. Although, you know, in The Sopranos, Tony does kill somebody in Maine. So there you go. Spoilers. All right, Pittsburgh. Let's do this. Let's do this, you rat bastards. Like, the problem is, and we already know this, we could go undefeated until the national championship game and still lose that national championship game. I mean, there's just no real reason for me to have any, like, high sense of optimism here when we've seen this team fall short over and over again. But who knows? Who knows? Let's be aggressive, be aggressive, and see what the hell happens. We'll see if we even kick a field goal this year. We might not. But yeah, with the talent we have on offense and defense, why not just try to play a smash mouth of a game? We did kick a field goal there. Just try to intimidate our opponents and play like absolute madmen. 55 points in the season opener. No touching indeed. Derek Leba, number 2. Number 2. Derek Leba, number 2. I like that graphic is glitched out on screen. Number 2. Derek Leba. Number 2. Alright. Yeah, 55 to 17. 506 yards of offense. We were 2 for 2 on 4th down conversions. We did throw an interception today. But Lieber threw the ball 40 times. It wasn't bad, certainly. Top hat, I did not. Rushing-wise, I mean, we still ran the ball a decent amount of times, and Marcel Phone and Hugh both had Great games. Antwine with 2 rushing touchdowns. I mean, can't complain about much. Drew Malone and Herta Who with touchdowns. Only 1 sack allowed. Defensively, got to their quarterback a couple times. Picks for Big Rigs, Tyree Hammer. And freshman safety, Marco Correa. Summers, what's up, dude? Thomas Moffitt with 2 field goals. It's a good way to start, but it is just Pittsburgh. It is just Pittsburgh, right? So we can't be too optimistic, but hey, we didn't immediately regret our decision to be as aggressive as possible, you know? And Ronald Hankton has locked us out. They were a ranked team, though. That's true. Oh, boy. Speaking of ranked teams. Speaking of ranked teams. Yeah, Top Hat. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. All right. Summers, who's to say? I can't say one way or the other. My recommendation was go to bed. That's what I want to do. All right. So recruiting-wise, we're starting to get some people kind of figured out already. We know that Hankton is gone. All right, for the 4 stars, Eric Gayton is out. Curtis Kennedy, Richard Bernhardt can stay. Melvin's gone. Casper's gone. Penny is gone. Fowler is gone. What about Alton Verdon? Not a gem, so goodbye. And Cal Littlejohn. Summers just gotta outweight me, you know? Good luck, though. Given, you know, parenting and such. Curtis Kennedy on to 50 points, and Dick Bernhard, max offer, and 50 points. All right. So we do not have the points to schedule visits for the moment. All right. So we know about for a couple of people here, including Tim Gillikin. Gillikin. The skipper, too. Mr. Hawkins. We don't know enough. We know enough about Brian Generals already. 6'6", 260 physical route runner. Holy shit. It's a generational large lad. Mr. Scales, we don't know enough. We do know enough about Amari Lockridge at tackle. Again, these are players I hope we never have to see actually play for our school. It would kind of be a disaster if we ever have to actually watch these guys take the field. We've said that about the last couple of recruitment classes, though, so there is a pretty good chance we will eventually see these fellas in a Touglane uniform, unfortunately. LSU! Let's do it. Let's do it. The game of the week against the number 3 Tigers. Rowan, we did. So we're taking a break until they release a patch to fix some shit because, shocker, I know, but Madden franchise is a bit busted. Shocker that it is a bit busted. Baton Rouge is the site, the game of the week. The game of the week. Thought EA fixed the wear and tear. Nope. Nope. In Madden, it was, hey, we recommend you turn it off. So, yeah. Add a system. It's kind of broken. Fix the system. Somehow break it again. It's miraculous, you know. It is miraculous how they manage to do it, but they do. They do manage. All right. LSU. This is a big game for us here. I mean, especially to these more aggressive, approaches to really both sides of the ball. Whether or not this will pay off, I don't know. We have the talent that it could. We are still kicking field goals from time to time, though, which is promising. And this game is over. No touching! No touching! No touching! 29-17 over LSU on the road. Number 2, Derek Lieber. Number 2, Derek Lieber. Number 2, Derek Lieber. And 29-17. They had more offensive yardage than we did today. But their quarterback threw the ball just 18 times. Interesting. Number 2, 26 of 39, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Very good game for the freshman. As we say thank you to Muted for the 16 months on the Primaire. Thank you for those sweet, sweet Bezos bucks. I, for one, welcome our new incredibly rich overlords, same as the old incredibly rich overlords. Yeah. Yeah. But we look good. Couple sacks allowed. Defensively, only got to their quarterback once, but kicker went 2 for 4. I mean, we must have been trying like 60-yarders with this kid. Fucking send him out there. Aggression? Yeah, have the kid kick. Forever and ever, amen. Forever and ever, amen. Alright, 2-0. Long way to go, though. A long way to go. I didn't get locked out for anybody that week. That's good. Muted. Yeah, I can't wait for the shirt sponsor, honestly. Standard Chartered's leaving, so. What a time that's going to be. Liverpool's primary shirt sponsor being Amazon. That's going to be a great time. Or Prime. We'll see. Paulie, yeah, in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways. Alright, let's see. So, recruiting-wise, Kennedy. We know the trifecta now for Bob Myers. He is a status seeker. We know the trifecta for Mike Dwumfor. What's the Dwum for? We're playing music, you silly. Okay. Mr. Harris. I'd say the son of Ron or Don, but knowing their thoughts on people, probably not. We'll go house call. Jamal Minor. I mean, we know 2 out of 3. It's aspirational goals. Mr. Rochelle. We don't know the 3 yet. Oh, we know the 3 for Demetrius Ward. Left tackle. Starfish. He's a star. Remember the Be a Star campaign? What a time. Sammy Spruce. If you haven't seen the Belfast Giants New Jersey logos now. I haven't. I heard something about it, but I didn't see it. I meant to look it up. Alright, there you go, Mr. Tree. That guy's set up. Jay Hawkins. At corner. I mean, Cody, he's known to do that. No surprises there, right? Nothing else to do there. Nothing else to do there. Okay. 50 points. Let's try to get some visits scheduled now at this stage. Sort by interest. Mr. Jalen Azuma. We'll get you scheduled on... I mean, Cody, rightfully so, because it's a scam organization, but, you know. Let's see. And then Demetrius Ward. Let's get you scheduled on proximity to home. Slowly but surely. As we hit that bye week. The actual design looks nice, but the logo should be a main attraction on the jersey. That's not very European-minded of you. Oh, we already got a verbal commit. Amari Lockridge, the 5-star tackle out of Irvington, New Jersey. Right. Population. 61,000. Boo. Boo. It's boring. It's not obscure enough. We missed out on Farmer and Azuma. The fucking corners, man. They never sign here. They never sign here. We got to play Ohio State next. I forgot about that. They are the new #1 team in the country. That is not good. We did beat them last season, but it's a toss-up any given year with Ohio State. We know this. All right, so Evan Farmer locked us out. Jalen Azuma has locked us out. Can anybody else be upgraded to a cell that is not already on a cell? John Rochelle. Being unbeaten and dropping is weird. Yeah, I mean, Ohio State did play an extra game, but yeah. It does seem counterintuitive. I'll give you that. Martin Vizcaino. Did I see the Mendoza pick 6? No. I try not to see anything from preseason anything. Whether it's spring training, NFL, NHL, I don't care. I put no stock whatsoever into anything that happens in the preseason. I couldn't care less. I mean, especially, too, right? The idea of, like, oh, well, certain players might be able to make a team or something like that. Like, yeah, maybe. But it doesn't happen often enough for me to watch games that are about players getting warmed up for the season, you know? Alright, let's see. Ready for visits. Sort by current interest status. Kennedy against Oklahoma. John Rochelle. We'll also get you in against Oklahoma. Mr. Cushenberry. Oh, that game against Oklahoma is going to be pretty big. Sean Scales. We'll schedule you against USC. And Bob Myers when we host Mississippi. Only time preseason matters is when there's an injury. Pretty much, yeah. All right. Ohio State is tomorrow night NBA. No, it's not that early. It's, I think it's like Wednesday or something like that. Getting close, though. Getting very, very close. Oh, yeah, so they... Yeah, I mean, they went with the, you know, the basic non-US style sponsor, right? Like the Premier League kit style, stuff like that. I mean, I can see why people are mad about it and why people will push back on the idea of it coming back, or while, you know, people will push back on the idea of it eventually being a thing in hockey, but, you know, I won't be surprised if the NHL goes that direction eventually. Frank? No, I have not. Ohio State. What a front kick Brutus right in his teeth. Right in his damn teeth. Right in his damn teeth. The joke is he doesn't have any teeth. Damon, potentially. That or maybe some pro baseball spirits, we'll see. But, yeah, it's funny. Win tonight, and maybe we could play something. Yeah, win. Yeah, because this team's going to win. think we'd be more likely to win another freaking title in Cleveland than we would be winning here. Off to a good start in this game, though, but it's still early. And we threw an interception. Russell Bland. Boy, is that an on-point critique. Well, we handled Ohio State pretty well.
No touching. Worthy of a #1 team in the country, and now they have to look themselves.
Not bad at all. 31-7.
Yeah, they got hammered. Like this
Frank, that's hilarious. Gotta pull himself up by the bootstraps so he can actually hit the ball, you know?
Being the #1 team in the country,
I mean, beating Ohio State again is great, especially winning it on the road. It's early. We have been the Washington Capitals prior to them winning the Cup, right? We are consistently a really, really good regular season team, but then you get towards crunch time and we just blow it. Number 2, Derek Leba had a terrible game. Easily his worst game since becoming the starter this year. We've been the Hurricanes, that's fair too. Rushing-wise, Marcel Phone was insane. We had 3 rushing touchdowns. My guess is we had quite a few field goals. I take offense to that cap statement. I mean, you could take offense to it, you know it's true. They should have won a cup much, much sooner than when they did. Our defense played out of their minds. Their quarterback was terrorized. And our kicker went 3 of 3. Okay. So yeah, defense definitely won us that game. Because the offense didn't do a ton. There's an indoor football game, but I play it. Sure. Thoughts on these jerseys? I don't like it. I don't like it. I haven't seen this yet. But this is very... Oh my god, I just blew up my eardrums. This is very, like, Nashville Predators weird throwback. I don't like that style of jersey at all. I don't think it looks good. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not at all. The Savannah Bananas showed me the magic of Savannah. Banana ball. That's fair. I would love to go if, you know, tickets weren't expensive as all balls, because they still are. But verbal commit for the pride of Egg Harbor City. Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. Demetrius Ward. Egg Harbor City, population under 5,000. All right, what's up with Egg Harbor City, New Jersey? What do we got? Got a railroad history. Not a ton. They have quite a history of, like, German immigration. Oh boy. Let's see. Education, nothing crazy. Wineries. Wineries was already clicked. We've looked at this before. Notable people. You'd think I would have recognized this, but I didn't. Miss New Jersey 2012. Lindsay Petrosha. I don't know who Lindsay Petrosha is. Peace Pilgrim. Shout out to Peace Pilgrim. Fair enough. Okay. Well, there you go. Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. Nothing crazy. Top hat, I did see that, yeah. We also get the pride of Frisco, Texas, Randy Gasperson. Well, at least on a verbal commit. Good one, Randy. And Tim Gillikin, 5-star DT from Wichita, has verbally commits. And Sammy Spruce of Metuchen? Metuchen. Me too, Chen. New Jersey. I know I've seen that before, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Metuchen. It's literally pronounced Metuchen. It's probably the most sexual way you could pronounce it, but okay. Good old Metuchen. What was their population? 15,000? You know. you know, it's a commuter town. Good old Metuchen. Anything crazy in your history? Just a railroad to New Brunswick, New Jersey. Anything else? American Girls Girl of the Year of South Asian ancestry is being described as from Metuchen. Okay, sure. One of the best. It was named by Money Magazine as the best place to live in New Jersey. I mean, one of the towns had to be. Someone was going to win that distinction. Notable people: Charlie Brown. The Charlie Brown? My God, there's a lot of people who have lived here. Jesus. Someone who was the president of Touglane University. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Professional wrestler Casey Navarro. What a guy. Yep, Brian Ralph. You have 2 first names. The guy who created Animaniacs. My goat. Carl Anthony Towns, probably, while he at least probably lives there and commutes. All right, well, hey. Shout out to New Jersey. Amari Lockridge, Irvington, New Jersey, has hard commit. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. We do miss out on another goddamn corner. It's ridiculous, man. No corners ever sign here. As we get ready to play Oklahoma. Good old Oklahoma. He is from. Well, fair enough then. Fair enough. Alright, so Lockridge is here. We're in a battle. Excuse me, for a bunch of other dudes. John Rochelle locked us out. Alright, good old Dick Bernhardt. We don't know enough to sell you yet. Anybody else who's not on a sell that wants to be? Alright, Moses Cushenberry. We will probably miss out on, unfortunately. Good old Holy Moses. Moses split the sea. Alright, well, let's finish these visits. So Gasperson's already here. Let's go least amount of interest at the moment. Martin Vizcaino when we take on USC. Jamal Minor when we take on USC. Jay Hawkins, you're probably going to be gone by the time we even get to that game. Dick Bernhardt, pro potential. Mike Dwum for brand exposure. Ross Harris, contender status. Mr. Spruce, already looking good. Manny Zhu, no potential. Anybody else who hasn't commit yet? Mr. Generals. Alright, and then pretty much feels like it'd be a waste of points given these guys have already started to kind of commit to us. So, now we can really lock in on 4-star gems. We have already looked at the athletes. There won't be a kicker. There won't be a punter. Probably that's fair. Let's see. There's a safety left. Julius Trinidad. A couple of free safeties as well. What about corners? So we have god-awful luck with the 5-star corners. Who would be the best alumni for Touglane? Probably the guys that are in the record book. Which, you know, in fairness, if these guys don't care about, you know, it's fine. Let's just scout them. Yeah, probably whoever's in the record book, which I don't want to take a look at until the very end, if I can help it, just for the drama, you know. All right. Oklahoma. Boomer, by God, Sooner. We have beaten the Sooners in the past, but any given Saturday could be a very very bad day.
Might need to ask for forgiveness.
A very bad day indeed.
And wanting what their opponent today has, a spot in the top
Very
25.
bad, very bad,
Nearing the
very
midway
bad.
point of this season, week 5 in our coverage of EA Sports college football.
All right,
It's the
let's do it.
Sooners.
Let's do it. What's it gonna be? Knock on wood, we haven't had to jump in yet. Team's been winning and doing so fairly convincingly. We've had a couple of moments that have been a little bit shaky. But our defense on a 4-2-5, like max aggression, they've been out of their minds so far this year. 24-3, 31-3. This game is over.
No touching! No touching! No touching! When you know you have a team outclassed.
38-3 over the Sooners of Oklahoma.
And it's almost like playing against yourself, right?
And I can't be overly excited yet.
How do I continue to still execute? This was so easy.
Can't be. I can't be.
I think as a player, you just love being in such
Because it could all go downhill very, 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 very quickly. 10 points conceded against Ohio and Oklahoma.
And this was just total domination.
Defense has been outstanding.
For us as the season marches on.
Number 2, Derek Leba. Good game. I mean, he's not this crazy touchdown guy, right? Longest pass was 27 yards. Rushing-wise, though, Hugh and Marcel, 2 touchdowns each. Very nice. Fun fact, our running game's actually been great still. Miyamori with a touchdown today. O-line got obliterated. Right guard Tremaine Heller was awful. Defensively, 2 sacks for Josh Ua. No picks. I mean, our defense has just been pretty consistent. I mean, it certainly hasn't been like every game they're obliterating opposing quarterbacks or getting a ton of interceptions. They've just played really, really well. Can't be upset about it. Long way to go, though. 4-0. It's a great start, but that's all it is. It's a start. That's all it is. Verbal commit from the Pride. Well, almost the Pride. Rey Mysterio's the Pride of San Diego. Curtis Kennedy. Kennedy at tight end. We get the hard commit from Randy Gasperson. Very, very, very nice. We get the raid from Sid, which is even nicer. As we also get the hard commit from the Pride of Pahokee. The Pride of Pahokee. Florida. Brian Generals. Mr. Panda. Short stream, huh? What were we up to, though? Wrestling. TW, man, I can't escape it. Coco as well. The double raid. You find a lot of weird small towns in Florida. Yes, we do. Coco. Good to see you as well. Good sir. Let's take a look at Pahokee, Florida, where this dude's from, nicknamed Muck City. It apparently means grassy waters. In the 1930s, it was known as the winter vegetable capital of the world and was severely affected by the 1928 Okeechobee hurricane and then Hurricane Wilma in 2005. You know, at that point, I would say, is it even worth living here? But, you know. They have medical centers. That's cool. Miracle Village. Not what I was expecting. Founded by a minister, it offers a small residential community for registered sex offenders. I mean, in fairness, the Julia Tuttle Causeway Sex Offender Colony. What the fuck? In fairness, the idea of, like, why don't we take the sex offenders and put them somewhere else? I think we can all get on board with that. But, you know, I guess it depends on where you are in terms of corrections versus punishment. In the media, nothing creative. Man, that's all the creative arts. Right. There's a lot. There's multiple movies. They're really dragging this out. Notable people. Couple of NFLers, including Roosevelt Blackman and Anquan Bolden. Shout out to Anquan Bolden. My goodness. Joe Milton, the man with the strongest arm in the world. Fred Taylor. Dude, it's all football players. And Xavier Dowdle, who's played for the Phoenix Suns. Damn. All right, so what do we know about Pahokee, Florida? Football and sex offenders. Football, sex offenders, and bad weather. Pahokee, Florida. There you go. Tim Gillikin of Wichita, Kansas. Welcome in, Mr. Gillikin, to your aisle. Sammy Spruce of Metuchen. Oh, Metuchen. And Demetrius Ward of Egg Harbor City. Coco, again, I hope you and Sid had some fun. Thank you both for the raids. I'm gonna have to dive back into TW soon, aren't I? But again, there's just so many different playthroughs I'd want to consider. Or maybe going back to others that we didn't totally follow up with, unlike that one WCW run. But, I don't know. There's a lot of good options. Also, one of our top corners has a ruptured disc. Something tells me that a place called Egg Harbor isn't actually its own city. Well, you know. It could be, though. It could be. 4-0, we take on the Wyoming Cowboys. There's quite a few dudes have fallen off the list this week. But we are still looking good for the 5 stars. Alright. Lockridge, Gasperson, Generals, Gillikin, Zhu, we do not know yet. Vizcaino, we do not know yet. I don't think there's anything we can really do for this guy. No, that's the max. Same for Vizcaino. Alright, I mean, it's either these guys sign or they don't. It's pretty straightforward. Random but serious question is... There's so many things. There's so many things this question could be. So many things it could relate to. Tyler Martini. Alright, any gems? Not Tyler Martini. Not Baraka Mahinmi, but he is fast as fuck. Damn. I mean, I do need corners. Talbot, Tarai, Gomez, we'll get rid of him. Honeycutt's a gem. He is also fast as fuck. Jefferson, not a gem. Hugh Combs can also go. I accidentally favorited him. I don't even know how the hell I did that. A double tap, apparently. Drayvon, Devon can go. Zach Mangum can go. And Bola Wanogho can also go. You know what? We'll leave Mahinmi on the list, but we'll cut the other two. We'll go after Honeycutt and Mahinmi. Max out the offer to Mr. Honeycutt. How much, bracket buying the game included, would it take to get a story-based game at the back half of streams sooner rather than later? I don't know how much you got. That's the correct answer to that question, from my perspective, at least. But, you know. How much you got, dude? Alright, let's take a look at all these fellas at linebacker. $1, Bob! I gave an answer to your question at the end of mine. I have money to throw around for the next few weeks. That doesn't totally answer my question. Holy fucking linebackers, by the way. $50 with wings and pizza included. Ooh. God, dinner and a show. You know? You know? Dinner and a show. Wine me and dine me, you know? Alright, we stopped at the M's. Those linebackers. Tubbs is mad about competition. Dozier, mad about competition. Sandland. 150. I mean, I obviously wouldn't say no to that. Has Warrior bought the naming rights to your... You know, we do have the jerseys up on the wall. Like a goddamn arena. We should get signage that says the Warrior 3013 Arena in the rafters. Brought to you by Lenovo. Oh, that would be very funny, actually, for me to sponsor The Office. That is delightful. Oh, man. You should totally do that. I probably should. Alright. Wyoming. This should be the easiest win of the season, gentlemen. Pretty much no question about it. This should be a very, very easy win. Yeah, I mean, you know, we've kind of talked about it, right, for non-sports games. Like, I still have, like, Assassin's Creed Black Flag in mind. And a game like TW is always on the back burner, so, you know. There's plenty. There's plenty that we could fall back to. Oh, good old Laramie. Still hate the white helmets. Still hate the white helmets, you know? Not ideal. All right. Let's see. Again, this should be a pretty dominant performance. Coco, the goals. We still haven't won a national championship, and we still have not won the conference championship. We did technically finish with the best record in the top conference last season, but we did not win the championship game.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
59-6 over Wyoming. Belt to ass, as expected. Number 2, Derek Liba. Number 2. Number 2.
No mental mistakes, David. You really can't play better than that.
It's really fun to do this. Come out and just dominate opponents. Start to finish. Nothing to worry about.
No touching. We won't be shipped off
Put up a bunch
Florida.
of points
Yeah,
and
right.
win by a lot of points.
Let's see. 494 yards to 129. Their quarterback was 7 of 28 for 91 yards with 2 interceptions. Number 2, Derek Liba. Had a pretty damn good performance today. Rushing-wise, 2 more for Antwine and Into Hell Are You. Great game from our cell phone, racking up the yards. And the touchdowns for Dwayne the Bathtub, Christian Jew, Alex Hurtahu, and Carl Malone. Not that one. No sacks surrendered defensively. Only 2 sacks for our team. And pick Steve the Samurai, Tyree Hammer. Kicker, 1 for 1. Mega, I feel like we played the most recent Hitman on stream. But, you know, it was okay. But I did really enjoy when we played 007. So, you know, there's that. We get a nice, nifty level up. Is the last Bronco from that school Josh Allen? I'll look that up. Last NFL player to be drafted out of Wyoming is Solomon Byrd. A 7th-round selection by Houston in 2024. Solomon Byrd is apparently the answer. So here's to you, Solomon Byrd. Here's to you. Let's see. Stillwell, Kansas. Russ Harris. Stillwell, Kansas. Population. It doesn't have a population listed. Hello? An unincorporated community in Aubrey Township. Population 5,000. So it's within a town of 5,000. Like, there it is. Boy, that sure looks like a lot of America. Mostly agricultural land, largely sod farms. Stillwell has affordable land and some farms are abandoned. However, the large population growth of Overland Park, Kansas increased the demand for new neighborhoods. Okay. Notable people, the inventor of the compound bow, the co-founder of Garmin GPS, Tara Cunningham, a gold medalist in women's weightlifting. The fuck... What? Hello? I mean, it says Kansas City, Missouri. What is your attachment to Stillwell, Kansas? He grew up in Stillwell, Kansas. Huh. Well, you know what then? Shout out to Stillwell. Pulled Michael from Vsauce. It's from Stillwell. There you go. Huh. Sorry, the guy who invented the compound bow. If you played any Silent Hill games. On stream, no. And not for a long time. Or it could be either. It could be either. Why not both? Why not both? Alright. Mississippi. Missbnana. If we go coach skills, don't tempt me. I will tempt you. Alright, we need 4 more points to get bonus XP for whenever offensive linemen are drafted. Cool. We might hit a level... Honestly, this ends if I hit a level 100 coach at this point. Which we won't. We're still years away from that, but still. Alright, Manny Ju is gone. Vizcaino is gone. Wow, Tennessee fucking cleared us out in terms of 5 stars. Fuck. Oh. Tennessee fucking cleared us out. I mean, we do have 6 5 stars at least, but... Damn you, Tennessee. When are you doing the renaming? Already did it. You missed it. You missed it. Let's see, Mr. Richard Bernhardt. What do we got for you? He's an influencer. And Mr. Honeycutt, we don't really know enough about. Alright. Ah, shit. Hit the wrong button. Who was ready for a visit that does not have one scheduled? Just Mr. Honeycutt. Schedule you against USC on playstyle. Boy, I can just not stop hitting the wrong buttons right now. Makes me afraid if I ever have to jump in. Alright, we do have some gems here for the 4 stars. Let's finish scouting said 4-star linebackers. Even though we weren't done. Agugwa Rich. What a name. Martin Hodges. Okeem we don't need. Jeff Perfect, son of Vontez, we don't need. Jason Hulsey can go. Rashawn Calvin is fast as hell, but you can still go. Anthrop, Corbin. I mean, we definitely got some gem of linebackers this year. I don't know why I said it that way. It makes it sound like I'm putting fucking Eye of Newt into a witch's brew, but, you know. 50 points for you, Mr. Corbin. Shade and Clap. 50 points. Nope. 50 points for you. Thank you. And then Martin Hodges. all of the money in the world. All right, so we were looking at outside linebackers at states that start with M or later. Is where we were at. All right, so what do we have? Who else at linebacker have we not looked at yet? That's it. What about defensive tackles? How many are left on the board? One guy. That's Avery Moffett. And enough edge rushers to look. Okay. Anybody mad about competition level? Nope. Okay. Let's see who we got. We still have more money than we know what to do with. I definitely should switch us to that extra 20% off-season improvement because, oh my god. Honestly, I've just kind of been waiting for us to hit a 5-star, but we haven't done that yet. So, alright, let's see. What do we have? Don't care about the favorites. So Mike Stewart can go, but there is Deshaun Spencer. Please get a scholarship on you. George Montez can go. Just bring me to the top of the list. It's easier. Andy Crum, goodbye. Shock Lanning, goodbye. Roger Winovich, goodbye. Say Smith, bye-bye. Greg, don't call him Scoot Tatum. Scholarship out to you. Tyrone LeCount is gone. Avery Moffett is gone. Josh Irving can also stay. Tyreek McLeod, Darryl Ford, Randy Pleasance. All right, so we got 3 other guys on the list here. Let's go after Irving first because he already has some level of interest. And we'll just put like 5 points on each of these guys. Zombie, I don't think so. Could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. All right, Mississippi somehow ranked 9th with 2 losses already. They always seem to do that. This is allegedly the game of the week. You have to win the Natty to reach 5 stars. At this rate, I'm guessing yes. Or at the very least, be racking up conference championships, which we have not done that either. So, you know.
Some would call it swag, some call it cockiness, some would call
You
it
know.
being a diva. When you're good, it's not bragging.
All right.
Elite wide receivers and the
All right.
confidence they exude often permeates an entire team, and we're going to see a couple
Let's
of
do it. Let's
examples
do it.
in this
I'm hoping for the best.
EA Sports college football coverage continues on this Saturday
Let's
with a mid
hope for the best. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what it's going to be today. Well, so far, so good. So far, so good. The aggressive approach to this season is working out quite well.
They get the win.
I hit the button, it didn't go.
No touching.
There we go.
No touching. There are much bigger fish to fry.
37-7.
So we know they're going to a bowl game, great, but they-
An
they've got their eyes
absolute
set on the college football
whooping.
playoff and a national championship. They have
We
that
continue.
kind of talent. They're not surprised they're 6-0.
To just bowl over whoever the hell's in front of
But
us.
that's not the goal. They want to be 12-0. They want to be 14-0. They want to continue this
But a
streak as long as they
6-0
possibly can.
start, like, it's
Extremely
just-
talented. Nobody's surprised.
It
and their
only
goals are
matters
locked
so
in.
much
This has been a presentation of
when
EA
a
Sports
conference
college
title and a
football.
national
David
title are the
Bowman,
only
Jesse
2 things that
Palmer,
matter.
Holly Rowe. I'm Reese Davis.
Number 2, Derek Leba may be hurt, which is not ideal. Not ideal at all. Especially when our passing game seems to be turning the corner a little bit. 3 sacks for Joshua. I mean, we terrorized their quarterback today. Braden Root had an interception. Kicker went 3 for 3, but the big question is going to be that injury. Hopefully, it is nothing too serious. So, what's it going to be? Oh boy, is that going to be a decent injury or not? We do get Russ Harris, like the second coolest guy from Stillwell, Kansas, after Michael from Vsauce. Mike Dwumfor from Heartland, Wisconsin. Ah, yes. Heartland, Wisconsin. Population 10,000 or so? Yeah, about just under 10,000. All right, Heartland. Along the Bark River, part of the Milwaukee metropolitan area. It has so many things, such as the Bank of Heartland, Harold Hornburg House, and the Trap Filling Station. Sure. Notable people, Ben Askren. And obviously football players. Obviously football players. Shocker. Shocker. I love some football. This last couple Pro Rel streams win anything yet? Technically, we have finished as the top team at the end of the regular season in the top conference, but no championship. No national championship. As we bring in the pride of Flint, Michigan. This man can power through anything. Richard Bernhardt, welcome in. Happy to have you. Happy to have you here. Texas A&M is up next. But the injury report. Okay, so it's just Averill out 4 more weeks. We continue business as usual at quarterback. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Recruiting. Where are we looking? We didn't get locked out for anybody. So Greg Tatum. We want to get that guy onto 50 points ASAP. And Deshaun Spencer. 50 points ASAP. Mr. Tatum, how's the games going? I mean, so far so good for this season, but we know that that can change very, very quickly, unfortunately. So, my hopes aren't up yet, but we've been okay. I mean, we know that we're closing in one way or another. We're closing in on the end of this. Probably from what I've seen, it's fine, especially in comparison to Madden, which is broken. But yeah, we've been fighting, but all comes down to whether or not we can actually win when it matters the most, you know? That is what it comes down to. Let's sort out the offensive line next. Anybody mad about competition levels? Nope. Okay. 630 points this week. Scout them out. Scout them out. Scout them out. I tried to see what Top had dropped. Delightful. Delightful, delightful. All right. Matthew Malveaux is a gem of a 4-star lineman. We'll go after him. Coral, no. Stephen Lake, gone. Manu Madden, gone. Charles O'Rourke, we are very late to the conversation and probably not going to be able to steal him away from Penn State. But we'll try. We will try. Hulk, I actually don't know for sure. I would presume, but I don't know for sure. Tim Karpakis, goodbye. Rico Funk, goodbye. Dave Beckham, so long. Graham Schmitz, see ya. Kyle Herndon, Anthony Fatinikun, Justin Pakulak, and Jimmy Coral. All right, so 2 offensive linemen. It's not bad. We'll do quarterbacks, tight ends, and then wideouts and running backs at that point. So QBs, there are no left. Okay. We've already brought in 2. Tight end, it's 2 athletes that we've already looked at. So Alani Brazil. So now we will go after... That's a lot of wideouts. Let's look at the wideouts who are interested in us first. And the running backs who are interested in us first. And then we'll sort it from there. Anybody upset about competition level? No, they are not. Alright, not fully scouted. Did I not fully scout locker? Okay, I was going to say. That makes sense that it was lagging, because that didn't make any sense at all. Alright, the running backs and wideouts who were already interested in us. Aries Haynes, goodbye. Good power back, but goodbye. Donna Stammer, goodbye. Pete Kaiser, goodbye. Lamarcus Sizemore will stay. Javon Hemphill is gone. Conrad Cleveland can go. Carlos Battles, goodbye. Ramon Cook, goodbye. And tight end Alani Brazil is a gem. Okay, good. Good, good, good. 50 points for you, and then Mr. Sizemore. Get you on to 30 for this week, and we'll look at the rest of the wideouts and running backs after. Okay, it is Texas A&M. We are 6-0, but the regular season is only halfway done. We know this could fall apart at a moment's notice because it's happened before. Again, knock on wood, I have not had to play a second of this video game tonight. From a gameplay perspective, they have been good enough to win all of these games on their own. And if they can do that, I am good with that. But, you know, we'll see, we'll see. Dog. Run, Reveille. Run! Oh my goodness. My God, how long is your intro? Like, the dog's already gone. It ran to the next county. What are we doing? Those were some dance moves. What's that, Lassie? Timmy's stuck in the well? Oh, God. Shout out to Chris Rock's joke about Lassie. And shout out to our defense for looking vulnerable for the first time. Texas A&M giving us some trouble. Giving us a lot of trouble. Out of nowhere. GG's. 4:40 to go. We're down 32-14. We are definitely going to lose this game. I mean, I'll try, but this one's over. Texas A&M just put the boots to us today. I really wanted to throw crossfield to right bumper, but yeah, the offense just could not do anything today.
Let's see what they've got on second down. They'll go to the air. They're all over it. Avoids the pressure and gets away.
Yeah, it's got to get rid of it.
Nowhere close on that one as he got
Struggling to get people open.
the football, and now they face third down. And now let's see if the offense can bail itself out after the second down misfire. It's complete to the left.
Nice.
Good, solid pickup.
Lieber, 145 yards, 1 touchdown, and a pick. Pushing Cushionberries in.
Snap on first down, wants to
We're going down. He fumbles. GG's. Texas A&M will hand us our first loss of the year. Wow. And that is why we don't get our hopes up in the regular season. I mean, certainly no debate. That is a fumble. And I was just about getting ready to try to throw underneath, but yeah, nobody else was really open. Fuck.
Rush, and all of a sudden people are swatting at the ball. They hit you.
Stadium atmosphere have any influence in the sim? I mean, I would presume so.
Two hands on the ball so you don't get it scooped and scored like what happened right there.
And the extra point was good as they finished the drive.
Well, I'm going to treat this as a worthwhile playthrough from here, just because it'll be nice to get, you know, potentially warmed up for later games, because if this game is any indication, it is certainly possible that at any time, as the freshman Clayton Manning is in.
Drops back on first down. Nowhere to go, and the ball is loose. Recovered by the defense, and he's off. Touchdown, Texas A&M. How about this defense taking one back to the house? They can now exhale just a little bit with that lead, and they are close to victory here in the 8th week of the season.
Moments as a defense, but you never know.
Can I challenge whether or not that was actually a fumble?
Here as this coach is challenging the call. He wants to give the replay booth the chance to have another look.
That's a forward throw in motion. Come on now, that's not a fumble. Nope, they do in fact call it a fumble. Well, fuck. I mean, obviously we need the score, so I'm waiting to see if anybody further open downfield is going to be able to get open. The answer is no. So we try to just step up a little bit and then throw over to the sideline, and it counts as a fumble. Back-to-back QB fumbles, returned for touchdowns, scoop and scores, and wow. You ever get the hunch you weren't meant to win a game? Maybe we should just gig them. What are we fucking sponsored by Nick Gage? What are we doing here?
They don't stop you until the band starts playing. On the move from inside his 5. He'll be stopped just short.
I don't even know what quarterback's going to be in right now. It's Manning still. Hell of a way to lose our first game of the year, I'll say that.
First play of the drive, he'll look to throw. Short throw to the sideline.
Hell of a way to lose our first game of the year. Fuck.
Came up just inches short on first down. Now just a few links to go here on second. Quarterback thinks this is a free play. And he had it for a second, but it just dribbled out of his hand.
Okay. If I'm going to green time a catch and it's still going to bounce off of my hands,
I'm not sure anyone saw that coming.
we'll just move on with our day. Thank you. If I'm going to green time a catch and he's still not going to catch it, we'll just move on. We're up 14-0 at the end of the first quarter. And then they Sparta kicked us into the pit and shit down the well for emphasis. 46 unanswered points in our first loss of the year. Oh my God. And that is why we don't get our hopes up before we get to said championship games. We are susceptible to some pretty brutal losses. And that was a very, very brutal loss. As we get ready to host the USC Trojans from here, so in theory, it's not going to get any easier. But as per usual, no matter how good of a quarterback we have, we can just never seem to get that dominance from said quarterback, you know? Maybe the team just needed the shit kicking. Well, Let's hope that's the case, because otherwise we just got shit kicked for no reason. And I'd hate for that to be... hate for that to be the reality of just like, no, you're not good. 6-1 now. See, O'Rourke, we still don't have enough for the sell. Tatum, Irving, we can schedule you for a visit against SMU on contender status. Mahinmi. Baraka Mahinmi. Son of Ian. Locked in, bada bing, and schedule you for a visit against SMU on play style. And Mr. Honeycutt, nothing else to do for you. Alright, we're gonna go look at a variety of 4-star wideouts. And then a other variety of 4-star running backs. So we will look by state. We want any 4-star who is not an athlete and that does not have any prior interest in our program. We'll see where we stand from there. We actually just have just enough spots to look at the remaining wideouts. That's good. Anybody mad about competition level? Nope. Okay. Texas A&M, huh? Didn't think that would be the first team to beat us, let alone for them to beat us in convincing fashion, but it happened. Now we gotta move on. Make the best of it. Alright, let's see. Mike Talib, goodbye. Jared Castile, goodbye. Barry Maldine, goodbye. Parker Very Polish, goodbye. Jarek Downs, 98 speed though, fuck. Frank Boyette, goodbye. Tavon Good, bye. Marquise Ballo, goodbye. Tyreek Spear, dude, none of these wideouts, huh? None of these wideouts wanted to be anything overly special. We will literally only keep this guy, Jarek Downs, because he's fast as fuck. That's it. Yeah, maybe a return specialist, something like that. We should have extra space, so 50 points for you, good sir. What about the running backs? It's the last position that we need to look at before the portal. Since we're pretty much 5 and 4-star only now. And there's not that many running backs to add to the board, just 4 of them. Cool. So Deontay Mangold, goodbye. JoJo Bosby is a gem. Okay, we'll be looking at JoJo. What about Darren Osborne? Not bad for a power back, but goodbye. And Larry Sanders. All right, well, we got 2 gem running backs right at the end. Neat. Neat. So, JoJo Bosby. There you go. And 10 points for you. All right, those are the 25. It's quite a few people, though. We're not going to get all those guys, though. USC. This is a big game for us after the embarrassment on the road in Texas. I mean, if we beat USC, like, okay, we're right back, you know, where we want to be, building up some momentum. But if we, you know, if we lose this game, we are definitely in a lot of trouble. Definitely. That would be 2 losses to conference opponents. It's not ideal. Not ideal at all. So, gentlemen, please. I mean, for the most part, too, right? If we're going to be losing, at least give me the chance to come back. I mean, it was a nearly insurmountable lead, and it was made even worse by the O-line just not doing what they need to do for how good they are on paper. This game is still too close for comfort, but I think we got it. And we do. The Trojans run out of time.
No touching! No touching! No touching! I mean, you just dream of having games.
Not the most impressive of performances. 24-19. Number 2, Derek Liebach was
isn't a lot of difference between these two squads.
Pretty solid today, though. I mean, first star performance, basically.
Great talent on the field.
Yardage was pretty close. They actually had the advantage on us. 2 interceptions thrown by Lieber today. I mean, outside of those picks, he was decent, but running game was disappointing. Lieber was running for his life. Gigantic game for Christian Ju. We also had touchdowns for Miyamori and Marcel Phone. O-line was atrocious, especially Richard of Glass, because, of course, a 96 overall is garbage. Defensively, just 1 sack, 8 Batonio, and 2 picks for Tyree Hammer. Kicker was 1 for 2. Very concerning weeks, even with a 1-1 record over the last 2 weeks. Not great. Not great, if we're being honest. Feels very similar to a lot of our prior seasons, where we're kind of firing on all cylinders, and then we really start to mess it up from there. I don't know if there's much I can do about it either. We're just kind of at the mercy of what this team wants to do as we head down to Alabama. We also have another injury. That is to edge rusher Jojo Joseph, who had been pretty good at the start of the year. He had quieted down a little bit over recent weeks, though. All right, let's see. So Larry Sanders, we want to get you on 50 points. And Mr. Bosby. And we have more money and points than we know what to do with at this stage. Jerk downs is fine. Sizemore, we don't know enough about you, but we can schedule you for a visit. Brazil, we don't know enough about you. We can't schedule you for a visit. We do know enough about Matthew Malvo on the O-line. Again, I hope to never have to see these guys play a game. That would be disastrous. It looks like that SMU visit week is done in terms of no empty spaces left, so that kind of sucks. If some people sign earlier than that, we might have a chance, but let's see. Mr. Tatum, we know your trifecta. He is a gamer. Question for you. Oh, God. I'm playing a draft to glory and have the O-line filled out, but they're tragic. What would you say is the most important one to fix first? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I mean, presuming you're talking from a Madden perspective, if the O-line wants to be bad, they're gonna be bad. Especially in this game. You can have offensive linemen that are a freaking 96 play like they're a 66. So what do you do in that instance? You pray. You don't hyperfixate on them, but you pray that they improve. Pray for their souls. They need all the help they can get. Alright. Well, they're all sub 70. Well, I mean, in that instance, right? I mean, I would say in that instance, right? Like the blind side, I guess. But, you know. Can you even trust it? Came across a Shubo video on Reddit, remembered you. So I'm here. Well, hey. I'll take it. And also, it's a sick goddamn animal. A squared, what's up? Bring me some luck here as we take on Alabama. Yield Crimson Tide. We did beat last year, but we have already lost an important game on the road. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Bryant-Denny Stadium. And boy, do we have a fun one ahead. Top
Let's
10
make
teams
Nick
all
Saban
over the
cry.
going on their road and right into the snake pit.
Let's make Nick Saban cry. He's not here anymore, but damn it, the field's named after him. What broke Madden for you? I mean, just franchise isn't in a great spot right now. A lot of systems aren't working correctly right now and stuff like that, so It's just a matter of, you know, patch and updates are needed. So. Saban's alive at this point. I'm shocked. How old would he be? He'd be in, what, his 90s? He'd be fine. He'd be fine. Video game-wise, unfortunately, the center ends up not blocking anybody and double teaming most time. True. Very true. Maybe I should change my strategy and start putting my biggest dude at center. Big dudes at tackle don't seem to be that much more difficult to move. All right, 27-14 at halftime against Bama. 30-14. 37-14. What year are we in? Like 2043? Down goes Bama. 40-27. That's better. Number 2, Derek Leba. He'd be 92. Nick Saban could live until age 92. You know? He could. Number 2, Derek Leba. Good bounce back. A big yawn at that. Oh my God. 512 yards of offense on the road against Bama. Their quarterback threw 3 picks today. Lieber had a great game. He had a great game. Rushing wise, running game wasn't anything too special except for a jet sweep for Christian Jew that he scored on. We did run the ball a ton. Marcel was good though, in fairness. And then touchdowns for Christian Jew and Miyamori. I mean, yeah. It was just a good game. Only 1 sack allowed by, of course, 96 overall Richard of Glass. We got to their quarterback a couple of times. Picks for Steve the Samurai. And 1 for Tyree Hammer. Kicker Lil Miss Moffat went 4 for 4. We have 3 games left in this regular season. Well, let's extra money with the option to actually go for those NIL upgrades that last a couple weeks. Now, honestly, Benny, yes. I kind of forgot about them. Within the blueprint, but now that you mention it, yeah, there's really no reason not to spend money on the facilities, right? There's no reason not to because of how much fucking money that we have. So, increased facility longevity. Go platinum for that. And then reduced wear and tear, injury chance, and season health reduction, or season health usage. Again, those only last fucking 4 weeks. Fuck. You know what? In fairness, though, maybe it's not worth it because what about the coordinators I could get? But then again, we might, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. Let's live a little. Let's live a little. Let's just do it. Spend the money. Let's just spend the money. Why not? Ooh, increased athletic facility grade, the sports science lab. Okay, that one's definitely worth it, though. That one's definitely worth it. So there we go. Popular opinion, I'm sure, but the championship scramble is a great match type. What are we talking, like Unforgiven 08? Breakfast scramble? Gotta love the championship breakfast scramble. Bill Belichick has to be 100 in this timeline? Frank, I enjoyed it. I agree with you. I enjoyed that match type. That was also the moment. I mean, look. The man has some... the man has some takes in the past that aren't great. However, when this happened at Unforgiven 2008, I was so happy. It's not an officially recognized title reign, but that is a real screenshot. What a delightful time. What a delightful time. It says 8 weeks, not 4 when applied. Nice. Yeah, I mean, like you said, right? Ooh, Lubbock, Texas, Dominique Honeycutt. I mean, we have that abundance of money. Just the question is, I don't know what the average coordinator is going to cost, but we might have extra money available anyway. So, actually, yeah, because we'll get our point return, right? So we should have the more money. All right. remaining scheduled games. We have SMU this week, then non-conference Rutgers, and then we end the season in Mormonville. Conference standings. We are the only 6-win team at the moment. We would really have to screw this up to not make the conference title game again. We would really have to screw this up. Which means we can. The one loss is my fault. I joined the stream as soon as you fumbled the first time. You were here before that, though. Which means you left and then came back. Which means you're a bitch. How dare you leave? But thank you for coming back. But how dare you leave? Alright. Dominique, Honeycutt. Nothing else to do for you. Mahinmi, nothing else to do. We now know Tremaine Corbin's trifecta. Sorry. Hey, excellent use of the crash emote, so you know what? You can stay. I sat there like that. Shaden Clapp, we know your trifecta. Or at least we know it's one of these. Never know which one it is. Think I can remember this shit? Dr. J, Greg Tatum. And we know what's up with Deshaun Spencer. So we needed 2 checks. He is somebody who wants to be a star. And then O'Rourke, nothing left we can do for you. Malvo, Brasil. Capoeira. What do we got for Alani? Brasil. He wants to be a hometown hero. Well, we don't play in Virginia. But good luck, buddy. But you can be anything you want to be. Sipping from my $15 souvenir cup from Busch Stadium. I mean, $15 for a souvenir cup actually sounds reasonable by modern standards, though, doesn't it? Like, that actually sounds somewhat reasonable, which is kind of crazy. SMU! We've had some showdowns with the SMU in the past. We have yet another showdown with old Southern Methodist University, home of the death penalty, because Texas. I also got a $6 water. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. In fairness. That does sound about right. Let's see. That's not even what I'm mad at. I'm mad they only gave us a fucking Dasani. Not even an Aquafina? $6 for a goddamn Dasani? Slow start to this game. That is normally... Actually, in fairness, I mean, we had a great start against A&M and then we lost. There we go. This game's over. This game's over.
No touching.
34-11. We should be heading to yet another conference championship game. We failed to win last year, but we have another opportunity coming our way this year. You can excuse the price gouging. I draw the line at Badwater. Fair. Only 238 yards of offense allowed to our 435. Number 2, Derek Lieber, was not great. Just 190 yards, 3 touchdowns, but 2 picks. I disagree with that rating. Rushing-wise, touchdowns for Don't Give Your Ant Line and Christian Zhu, a fumble for Hugh and the hell are you, who seems to be getting more carries lately than Marcel Phone. And then through the air, 2 touchdowns for Christian Zhu, 1 for Miyamori. O-line, Zeke Slayer and Sateki Matsui, not their best games. Defensively, got to the quarterback quite a few times. Funth Sexton, 2 times on his own. Picks from Marco Correa, a freshman safety, and Frederick, the entertainer. Our kicker went 0 for 1. But 34-11, we should. I mean, unless somehow some other results happen and then we lose to BYU and miss out on tiebreaker, but we should have secured our spot in the conference title game, trying to win the Premier League, as it were. Baraka Mahinmi of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, has a verbal commit. So is Josh Irving of Rome, Georgia. Dominique Honeycutt of Lubbock, Texas, is a hard commit. Charles O'Rourke of Cheshire, Connecticut, is a hard commit. I don't know if they prefer Cheshire or Cheshire. Cheshire. They prefer Cheshire. Population 28,000. That's bigger than I thought it was going to be. The bedding plant capital of Connecticut? Okay, well, hold on. With a tagline like that, of the bedding plant capital of Connecticut. Gotta read about that. Apparently there's a Cold War era fallout shelter that was made in 1966. Oh shit, that's why I know the name of this town. Because of those fucking murders. I knew it sounded familiar. I fucking knew it sounded familiar. This story is fucking nuts. Yeah. I don't want to read about it, but Christ, I knew that place sounded familiar. Notable people. Brad Osmus? Well, how do you like that? Chris Berman! I probably just lives there because of ESPN, right? I read that as Jabba Chamberlain for a minute. I'm like, my God. A couple of Doolittle. Sam Foote. Right. Matt Generous, former, God, I think he was in the Sabres org. He was all over the place. Brian Leach. Lived there or lives there. Fair enough. And James Vanderbeek, apparently. I kind of forgot he died already. This has been quite the year. Damn. Well, interesting place. Oh, right, the murders. Look. Sometimes that's what you know a place for. And when we do these Wikipedia deep dives and playing college football, odds are murder or racism will be heavily included in the Wikipedia article itself. Right? That's just statistically a fact. Alright. Anybody else to finalize some nonsense with here? Larry Sanders. We don't have anything. Jojo Bosby. Jojo Bosby is clocked in. We still don't know enough for Jarek Downs. What about Mr. Sizemore? Is there anybody else that we don't have the pitch going for? No, we don't? Okay, just those final two. I mean, if we were to schedule a visit, we could do it next week, but I'm pretty sure we're full. 2-8 Rutgers, our final non-conference game. Listen, I don't know Salem for the artistry. See? But I have Ender on my side. Making a lot of sense tonight. I like it. I like it. All right. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
What a game and what potential drama we have in store.
Also, Provo, Utah for the college. No, you know it because that's the home of provolone cheese. I don't make the rules. That's where it was invented. That's where it was invented. Definitely not near fucking Vesuvius, I think is where it originated. No. Provo, Utah, baby. Home of provolone. It's the most notable thing. It's true. It's true. All right. Let's get the hell out of New Jersey, please. With a W. I blindly believe that. I think I need to go. It's true. What do you mean? There's no way Provolone's of Italian origin. It's definitely from Utah. Definitely. Shout out to Rutgers, who put up more points than some other teams.
This is what an elite
Out of respect.
I
I didn't even feel like hitting the button. 52 to 21.
They just look good in every phase of
Number
the game.
2,
On the coaching
Derek
staff,
Liba.
know
Number
what you
2,
could ask
Derek
your guys to do better.
Liba.
I think the challenge now for this team
I know Rutgers
is
for
going
one
out next
reason.
week and trying to play with the same type of
Tony
intensity, the
Soprano.
same level of
Hassan went
execution.
there. Oh, yeah, that's fair.
It's easy to look good on the field when you
I mean, James Gandolfini was a big fan of Rutgers as well, so there you go. 2 reasons.
are good. This is a
2
great
reasons.
team.
Notable mentioned by the president influence. Really? Now it's 2 reasons, right? It's the State School of New Jersey and very old. I mean, it's probably the only school in New Jersey. Fucking got him. Fucking got him. Shaden Clapp of San Jose, California. Verbal commit. Martin Hodges of Wichita. Verbal commit. LaMarcus Sizemore, Dunlap, Illinois. Dunlap. Right. Dunlap. Illinois. Population 1,600. Hold on. There could be something here. It's a part of the Peoria metropolitan. Peoria is big enough to have a metropolitan area? Huh. Who knew? Who knew? They had a volunteer fire department and rescue squad established in 1899. Okay. Anything else? Nope. And they literally don't have a single notable person listed on the Wikipedia page. Impressive. Genuinely impressive. You don't see that too often. Fort Lauderdale's Baraka Mahimi. Welcome in, Baraka. Josh Irving out of Rome, Georgia. We do miss out on Alani Brazil. Goes to Alabama. Screw you, buddy. Screw you. Conference Defensive Player of the Week was Emilio Aulio. An interception and 5 tackles. Well, Marcus is now the notable person, right? And the Conference Offensive Player of the Week with 3 touchdowns, Christian Jew. Volunteer Fire Department, that's communism. It's all communism. If I don't like it, all of it. All right. So our last little bit of recruiting. There is not much to do here. Larry Sanders, we now know your trifecta. It's just clocked in. And then Jarek Downs was the other guy. Volunteering, that's gay and liberal. He can say that. Alright. Mainly because he is, in fact, a liberal. Gross. Greg Tatum. Taking off the list there. I guess the other guy only verbally commit, but I have no way to really change his opinion here. Can we schedule anybody for a visit then? Nope. No, we can't. Okay. Well, our final game of this regular season is against the Mormons. And we are guaranteed to be playing Louisville for the conference title this year, the team that knocked us out in the Final Four of the playoffs last year and went on to win the national championship. We are guaranteed to be playing Louisville for the conference title. We are the 2 top teams in the country, which is kind of nuts. That is what we're dealing with. Are any of their alternates just like a sheer white? There you go. In the way the population spread, it's very weird how few people come from major cities. Yeah, honestly. Larry Sanders, and he's a running back? A legend known as Larry. Larry Sanders. Alright, it's the Cougs. I'm not talking about the women. It's the Cougs. Let's see. What is it going to be? We know that the result of this game is not incredibly important. It's important, but it's not make or break. But winning would still be nice. Because Utah is the place. Alright. Senior day for the Mormons. And our offense starts off very, very slowly in this game. Very, very slowly. This game is way too close for comfort. They might be able to tie this game right here.
They'd love to pick up this third down and get
3rd and 1 from our 5-yard line. Quarterback keeper as he runs over a linebacker, and indeed, the Cougars have tied this game with 41 seconds to go. It's going to be just the second time we jump in tonight. 41 seconds with 3 timeouts. Let's see if we can win this bad boy or lose it. Again, hopefully get some practice before some playoff action. Good run. Okay.
A pretty good bit of ground to cover here, Jesse, but they've got some time to work with.
They do. So tempo is going to be important. You got to go fast. You just got to
down.
And he can't get.
Yeah, center just. Yep. Right guard immediately got cooked.
Taken down. What a huge.
Right guard immediately got cooked, and the center couldn't help him cover. We will use that timeout, though, which is a bit risky, but I still want to try to win this.
Back to pass on 2nd down. Got his man. Able to haul it in and right to the ground.
Lieber has 2 picks in this game.
Trying to get everybody set with the clock still running. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Snags it. Got room at the 35. Really nice pickup there as they have it out
Might be able
to
to
the
go further
44 with the
downfield,
first
but I just
down.
wanted to make sure we got rid of the ball.
The offense gets the timeout.
So that is a huge play for us. We still have a chance to get in the field goal range here.
Offense snaps it on 1st down.
We're looking at Merriman or Zhu.
Fresh center downs going to the air.
And instead we'll go down.
The quarterback will take a sack back at the 36. They get the timeout call with 7 seconds left on the clock.
Well, we have 7 seconds. Goal is definitely try to hit the sideline here and get a little bit closer.
Protect the quarterback, and now they face 2nd and long. Wants to throw and not much time to work with. Turns it on in midfield.
I don't know if that's put us in field goal range or not. It hasn't. We're 15 yards away from target, but it gets us closer for a heave downfield.
Second in California, he's able to scramble, and while he didn't get the 1st down, he's able to get a little bit of it back, and he's made this 3rd down manageable now. if he can make another play here and keep his offense.
And we go to overtime.
He just about had the pick, and what a play that would have been in
Okay.
overtime, but it brings up fourth down.
I mean, losing this game, you know, if we were to win the conference championship, losing this game would pretty much mean we're probably not going to get the #1 seed. So it would be very, very nice to win this game. We'll leave it up to chance here on the coin toss.
Alternating possession starting on the opponent's
We won the toss.
25.
Okay.
And it's so nice to be
Defense
on
it is.
first, to set the tone, to understand what you need. Try to hold them to a
Defense
field
it
goal. The offense knows
is.
They can do their job to go out and get a win. Just 2 possessions, Palmer. Like, you got to be at your best.
Yeah, and I love the new rules too, because in the third
All right.
overtime possession,
See if we can play some
the
defense.
Alternating 2-point plays back and forth. Who's got anything left in the tank here in OT?
Defense is looking a little bit shaky here.
Tells the run, wants to pass. Got his man on the right. Caught, and he's close to a first down on the nice pickup there. And the Cougars can play this second down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go. Moving the pocket, it's Riggs. Fires quickly. He's brought down, but he's got him inside the 10. First and goal from the 8. This offensive scoring position with a fresh set of downs. Looking to throw. They're working that left side. That
Defense
completion
isn't
will
looking
take
too
it
good
close
here.
to the 5.
Honestly, we're looking real shaky.
They keep pushing forward now, back to work on second and goal from the 6. They'll run the counter. He just kept those
Jesus,
kicks
stopped at the
out.
1.
Nice churning, but
Just
he
let him
did not
body
get
us. That's crazy.
Now, when I'm in OT and I start to get in this territory, I gotta be thinking
Shit.
touchdown. Like, what are my plays that I can go to now? I ran the football. I showed a little bit of conservativeness.
Touchdown, BYU! And they're on top here in overtime.
Couldn't make a stop.
And I love it. I love the physicality of this offense. It's
They
very
just
cool. I trust my offensive line to pave the
refuse
way,
to be
give the
denied
ball to
there.
my running back, and know he's going to physically punch this thing into the end zone.
And
Shit.
the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7.
Not very promising for our defense there, if I'm being honest. Let's see. That motion play going for 2 if you get it here? Probably. Backup quarterback, pushing Cushionberry is in.
Audible here. Let's see what they do. Wide receiver comes in motion. Fresh set of downs going up top. Rushes on.
Nobody open.
And with not much doing downfield, he found his parents open in the stands and threw it to them. Long way to go on second down.
We're not even going to be able to call an audible. Everyone's so rattled by the noise.
He's looking to pass. Still moving to his right, trying to make a big play. Nothing to do with the football, and he just throws it away. It'll be third down. They are up
Lieber's
against
back
it.
in.
Third and long, needing a touchdown here in overtime.
Better.
Trying to move the sticks on third down through the air. And he was drilled just as he released the pass. It's
Nobody can get open.
They've already got a bunch of sacks.
Nobody can get open.
It's not coming out here, guys. I think they're going to go ahead and go for it on fourth and long. Snapped it, and he has to have it. Going for it all.
Game. No one was open anyway.
Back it off. You can't
BYU wins.
play in overtime.
There's just nothing we can do.
What a battle this game was. Went right down to the end. Number
When we
one.
fall to the Cougars on the road in overtime.
Sometimes this gives you a chance to recalibrate
Tried a
some
couple of
things.
different things
Yeah, they're gonna have to
offensively.
go
Look
back
for
and
some
watch
players
this film,
underneath,
face
over the
some
top.
tough
Just
truths as
nothing.
well, because we know they've got a ton of talent, and this is a team that when they're playing their A
It's
game,
not great.
they look like the best team in the country, David. Consistency,
That
though,
is
going to be a big thing for them moving
a
on.
bit concerning. Oh boy, it fucking glitches out the field for the replay because of the lighting.
Maybe we're not as good as we thought we were. Just because we were number one.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's
That doesn't
open.
mean anything until the end of the season. And
At
you're the
best, it might have been better
last
to throw to
guy
X, but
standing,
we were
and you
running
have
out of
the
time.
trophy. So take this loss, work on some of those
Congrats,
things
you
you
know,
think you
join
need to work
LDS,
on,
yeah.
so it doesn't happen again.
We'll still play Louisville for the conference title, but again, that could be a really bad loss given, you know, top 4 seed hope, stuff like that. So. Shit. Okay, 10-2. But again, we know we play Louisville. Looks like you're about to face the Fiend in Hell in a Cell. Honestly. Honestly. We get Tampa's Tremaine Corbin on a verbal commit. San Jose's Shaden Clapp on a hard commit. Dunlap, Illinois' LaMarcus Sizemore. Alright. Well, there it is. We return to the Big Ten title game. Second year in a row. We lost last year to LSU. We have a chance. We have a chance. But those 2 losses are very concerning. A couple of our wins, not to go full Susan Collins, but even a couple of our wins are pretty damn concerning. So, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Terminator vision, honestly. And there's Martin Hodges of Wichita. Deshaun Spencer of Fairless Hills. Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. Population 9,000. All right, what's up with Fairless Hills? Anything interesting? Anything interesting at all? Ties to U.S. Steel. That makes sense. The Socher Farmhouse. Ah, yes. No notable people here either. Damn. Just nothing. Nothing for Fairless Hills. It just exists. And Matthew Malvo went to Texas instead. Okay. Louisville takes over the #1 spot in the country. We fall to number 7. Fair enough. We have some things to attend to before we look at this particular game. Recruiting, it's basically on rails, so there's really nothing left to do there. In terms of our staff, we pretty much know both coordinators will leave. Yeah, the expected value is fucking crazy, so that is okay. So first things first, our stats for the season. Quarterback number 2, Derek Leba. 3,300 yards, 29 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Cushenberry also managed to throw a pick, apparently. That wasn't even... actually, that was me, wasn't it, right at the end? That makes sense. So, I mean, a decent season for Lieber. 29-10, not the best ratio, but hey, we'll take 29 touchdowns. Rushing-wise, 1,000-yard season for Marcel Phone with 7 touchdowns. Hugh in the hell are you with 6. 8 for Antoine and 2 for Christian Jou. Receiving-wise, reception king and yardage king, touchdown king. It was all Christian Jou. Miyamori with 9 touchdowns after that, but Christian was that primary target. O-line, 9 sacks allowed by Richard of Glass. Aside from that, we had a couple players do pretty well. Tackle leader was Braden Root. Our sack leader at 8 was Josh Ua. I mean, Joey probably would have been there. I mean, Josh didn't even get the full 12 games either. Pick leader with 6, Tyree Hammer. And our kicker went 20 of 24. There is something in my eye, and it is absolutely killing me. Beyond that, it's the promotions and relegations for this season. Will it be the last time? I don't know, but we do want to know what this would be so we could take a look at what the final standings would be. So the Ohio Bobcats are going up. They are going to be joined by San Antonio, App State, and Coastal Carolina. App State and Coastal had been stuck there for quite a bit. Tier number 10, Conference USA. Top 3 are promoted. Jacksonville State goes up. And on 5-team point differential tiebreaker, the Black Knights of Army have been promoted. And they will be joined by the Thundering Herd of Marshall, who had a +8 better differential than Sacramento State. Relegated. Bandita, yeah, for independent status, it's technically not a conference. And relegated, Navy joins Air Force down in the bottom tier. Western Kentucky, Georgia Southern, and man, poor UConn. Couple years ago, they were they escaped for a good amount of time. The UConn Huskies escaped. They have fallen all the way back down to the bottom tier. That's a sad sight. For them, at least. Oh my god. It's probably just a fucking eyelash or something, but it's killing me. Jesus. Tier number 9. In the Sun Belt, Texas State. Oh my god. Texas State. UAB. And on tiebreaker, every team with 5 wins, because for whatever reason, FIU only played the 8 games. On differential tiebreaker with a +131, the Kent State Golden Flashes are going up. Good for them. All right, eyeglass cleaner, maybe just eye cleaner. Please work. Your relegated sides from tier number 9, Hawaii. The longest-serving Sun Belt team go down. They will be joined by mid-10. And Troy was the other team to not make it, so we'll factor them in with the 4s and 5s. Doesn't matter anyway. It is Monroe going down on a -26 differential. Tier number 8. Charlotte gets promoted again. Way to go. 2 in a row for Charlotte. They are joined by Sam Houston and Vanderbilt, as Kansas will miss out. The relegated sides, my god, Central and Western Michigan, both winless in conference this year. And it will be Bowling Green joining them unless they beat Mo State, which they did by 1 point. Bowling Green survives. Mo State goes down. It's that close of a battle sometimes. Tier number 7, the Mountain West. Colorado State building momentum. They are up. They will be joined by the longest-serving Mountain West team, which is Utah State, and then Eastern Michigan as well. Relegated, the Wyoming Cowboys, Washington State, and South Florida. I think that's back-to-back relegations for South Florida, or they went up and then immediately back down. Tier number 6 is the American Conference. Tulane is promoted again. James Madison joins them in Tier 5, and Houston also going up. Relegated is New Mexico, Wake Forest, and Rutgers, unless they beat California, which they did. The longest-serving Div 6 team, the California Golden Bears, have been relegated. Rutgers survive on head-to-head tiebreaker. Tier number 5 is the Pac-12. Nevada is the number 3 team in the country. Holy shit. They have been promoted alongside Michigan State, and on 3-team tiebreaker, the Memphis Tigers go up. That is insane. Way to go, Nevada. Relegated, the Baylor Bears, the previous longest-serving Pac-12 team. And they are joined, unfortunately, by Purdue, and it's back-to-back relegations from Buffalo. They made it all the way to Tier 4. They're going to be down in Tier 6 next season. That's a bit of a shame. Speaking of Tier 4, ACC, Iowa, and Arkansas are on their way up. And on 4-team tiebreaker, the Wisconsin Badgers join those other 2 programs. Relegated from Div 1 ASU are now down to Tier 5. Miami of Ohio, their run has finally ended. They get relegated as well. That's a tough one. And Pittsburgh goes down. So definitely quite a few teams that's like, holy shit, they're doing well. That said, Ball State survived again. And if this is our final season, they're going to go down as probably the biggest shock of this entire playthrough. Which is nuts. Going to go straight to Tier 6 out of respect for Jaden Daniels. Fuck. You're right. You're right. Tier number 3 in the Big 12, Virginia going back up. They will be joined by North Carolina and TCU. Illinois will miss out on differential tiebreaker. Relegated, the Florida Gators. Colorado down for the second year in a row. And Georgia Tech all down to tier number 4. We look ahead to Tier 2, SEC. Notre Dame will once again be a top-tier program, and they will be joined by Texas and Oregon. The comeback is official for the Longhorns. What, Tier 4, Tier 5? They're all the way back into Tier number 1. Relegated, Tennessee, for the second year in a row. They were in Tier 1 for so long. They are down to Tier 3, where they will be joined by Minnesota and the Duke Blue Devils. Relegated for the second year in a row. They miss out on differential tiebreaker by 6 points. Miami survives. And up in tier number 1, the Big Ten. We were tied with Louisville at the top. Relegated will be SMU, Alabama, and on 4-team tiebreaker with a minus 51, the second longest-serving team in conference, Mississippi goes down. Good fucking riddance. Oh my God, get rid of them in Louisville, please. But Texas A&M, USC, and BYU were the 3 newly promoted programs to the top tier this year. They all survived. We've gotten to where we want to be. But damn it, we got to win it. Conference title game. Second year in a row. This time against Louisville, who we have had a pretty substantial history with, I feel like. I feel like we've run into them a lot throughout this game. Maybe not even necessarily just this playthrough, but throughout this game, we've seen a lot. A lot of the Louisville Cardinals.
This is the championship game in the Big Ten Conference.
We did not secure this trophy last year. It's what we want. It's the bonus. But we still want it. Really, I guess you could argue it's the one conference where the conference title truly matters. Although it does, decide promotion and relegation, so.
It is a beautiful day, but I can tell you it is very cold down here on the field. I see a lot of players putting their hands by the heaters.
Is it cold? We're indoors. Let's go. Come on, please. Please, 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 please. We've waited so long for this. We have waited so long for this. We can't keep choking in these scenarios.
So here on 4th down, out comes the field goal team. And that one's
31-7
and that will extend
at the start of the 4th quarter.
It's a nice job capping off that drive with points, and that kick was beautiful. Right down the middle. Some serious confidence for this kicker going forward.
set for the kickoff here after adding to this big lead. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16.
I got nothing to say, right? Like, we just gotta focus in, try for a big comeback. Jesus! That's not the first time that right guard has gotten immediately shit kicked. That is an 88 rated player playing like a 94. 3 different abilities, just fucking awful. The better you make the O-line, the worse they play.
He's really struggling seeing the defense. This is just zone defense, and you can tell he's not very comfortable, and he's sitting in the pocket. He doesn't understand where his eyes should start and where he should go with the football, and because of that, the indecision leads to a sack. He really needs to start locating the safety right at the snap to understand the coverage that he sees.
Big run for Hugh there.
And they've got him. So the offense faces a third and manageable here from the 25-yard line. Looking to pick up the first down through the air.
You gotta be fucking kidding me that he just managed to jump and block that. We're going for it. We have no choice.
The offense stays on the field down.
We have no choice.
Easy choice. Fourth down RPO looking left.
Good job, Christian.
Has enough for a first down with plenty to spare. A new set of downs after that completion. They go back to the receiver who's had a really effective game, Joel. So far, the defense really hasn't had an answer for it.
And Chris, the best part about it is that they're using the RPO, and that's what's forcing the defense to have
Score
to try to stay
fast.
honest. They can't double team the wide receiver. They can't even bracket the wide receiver because then they would just run the football with that RPO. Run pass option. Beautiful scheme to get him the ball.
Looking to throw yet again. Bringing pressure. Moves out of the pocket. He'll avoid the big hit with the slide. First and 10 now for the offense.
When you talk with quarterbacks, and in particular quarterback coaches, coordinators, play callers,
I got a
they'll
fucking
tell you
pass
that the
play here?
great
Jesus
player at this
Christ.
position is a guy that can pick up 2 to 4 first downs with his legs.
Oh my
Sometimes
God.
It's not always going to be a quarterback run designed by the play, but the ability to improvise, get on the outside, and move those chains. What a beautiful job.
Nowhere to
Fresh
run.
legs out there at least.
For no gain. The first real speed bump of this impressive drive. Offense comes up now 2nd and 11. Here's the snap, looking to throw. On the move now. Using his legs on the scramble. And he steps out of bounds. No gain on the play.
This is such a good job by this defense. Chris, how many times do you hear me talk about staying in your rush lanes and really keeping that quarterback in the pocket? Well, this is the perfect job. Look at them all just push right back into the quarterback's lap. He's got...
And he's forced out of bounds for the defense. You're just short of the line of scrimmage. Short loss.
Nobody can get open.
Down late, they'll keep the offense on the field trying to chip away at this lead. Fourth down, looking to throw for it. The pass rush closing in. On the run here. Lets it go. But it's incomplete.
GG's.
Defense makes a huge fourth
We're
down
gonna lose
stop.
again.
Decision
That's
to
what
go
we do.
for it doesn't work out this time. Time to check in.
Every fucking time we get to one of these clutch scenarios, this team shits themselves. And it's just too far of a deficit for me to try to come back. Every time. It was a really solid drive, and then at the end of the drive, just nobody can get open.
Getting each other excited to close out this fourth quarter strong. One step away from their other goals that are bigger, but this conference title is within their sights. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Holly. Good stuff. Offense facing a third and short from the 41. Can they make
That's
the first
insane,
down
man.
and avoid a tricky fourth down decision? Play fake, looking to throw. Caught quickly. He goes out of bounds. That moves the ball to the 50.
Well, this is why first and second down success is so critical. You give yourself
Ignoring the
a third and short,
BYU
and
game,
now
I'm
you can
talking
throw
more
it
about these
or run
conference
it.
title
And a lot of
games,
us thought they were gonna run it
playoff
here, but you can
games,
still put
stuff
this
like
ball
that.
in the air, and the quarterback is able to get a nice completion, and they're able to move the chains.
He's
It's
brought
going to
it
be a
down,
face
but
mask.
There is a flag on the field. Let's check out this call.
I don't know. It's just ridiculous, right? Like, how many more seasons do I want to put up with having
Cannot grab the face
the
mask
best
like that.
team
What
in the
about the
country
defense?
and just
First
not
down.
being able to win
Offense
ever?
on the move now as that penalty gives them a fresh set of
Starting to
downs.
get to that point.
Here comes a first down pass attempt. Coming after him. Looks to the left, and it's complete. Breaks into the clear. And they bring him down at the 5. Solid gain, though, in the completion.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if we had scored on that last drive anyway, because we can't make a stop.
First and goal now. There's the handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a
This
loss of
defense
1.
just cannot make the stops needed.
Looks like a man is shaken up. Ball back at the 6 for second and goal off that loss. Tailback tests the middle of the defense.
Obviously now they're just suffocating us in terms of time.
Great scoring position here. Game moves the ball to the 4. It's third down and goal. Out of the gun now on third down. Looking to the end zone. Looking for a touchdown, but it's incomplete.
Chris, they told us they were going to be aggressive. And listen,
31-7 by the time we take over, man.
Up big here, and Holly, it's going to be a bit of a
Just can't fucking beat
down there
Louisville
with
no
these
matter
head
what we do.
coaches. Maybe have your head on a swivel.
They beat us in the playoffs last year. They're going to beat us for the conference title this year. Awful.
Nice job capping off that drive with points.
Absolutely awful.
Right down the middle. Some serious confidence for this kicker going forward.
And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. Here comes the
Well, we
offense.
certainly know that we can't really threaten to run anymore, so
Stop in the last possession. Let's see what happens here.
just bomb people down the field and hope somebody gets open. That's all we can do.
On first and 10, they'll look to throw it.
Dead.
Pressured and dropped back at the 8-yard line.
Cliff below just broke his collarbone.
This drive, other than turning it over,
I
that's
did
about
probably
the
drop
worst
back
thing
too
that can
far,
happen. Now
but
they're way behind the chains and they're off schedule. And Chris, at this point, you're looking to maybe
Dead.
get half of this back.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with me dropping back. I don't know why their mascot was just floating in the air there, though. That was pretty cool. Doesn't show up from that perspective, but he was definitely there. I saw him. I'm not going crazy. It is a bird. That's fair.
You've got third and manageable to try to move the sticks.
Here comes third and long. Trailing in the game.
Cushenberry's in.
That sack earlier could prove to
Dead.
be decisive. Oh, and this is going to wind up as a safety.
Chris, I put this one on the play caller. You can't throw the ball in this field position. 1-yard line, drop it back to pass. That is just not a recipe for success. Unless you're going to try to get outside of the pocket, I don't love this idea at all.
And we'll see what he can do on the return. Holly Rowe has a report now from the sidelines. Holly?
Here on the Cardinals sideline, this
I don't know how many 5-stars we have on the offensive line, but you wouldn't fucking know it.
Huge story. This team was not
Absolutely fucking atrocious.
This win here today and a conference championship, they are back in the playoff conversation. We will see if they're able to close it out
Absolutely
here and
fucking
make some
atrocious.
noise in the college football playoff coming up soon. Back to you.
I'm so tired of bringing in top-notch players and them not playing like top-notch players when it matters. Very,
Takes the snap and takes
very
off on the run.
fucking tired of it.
Takes a big shot there from the defense, but moves the sticks. First down.
Chris, running the football is so important. You can pick up first downs on these run plays. The offensive line doing a nice job. It just makes everything easier. It's easier on the play caller. It's easier on the quarterback. Everybody is relaxed when you can run the football near first down for the offense.
Obviously not even going to bother with timeouts at this point, right? Just let them kill the time. It's over. We lost. Again. 2 years in a row we've lost in this title game, and both times it wasn't particularly close.
And he drops back in the gun. Here comes the rush. Extending the play now.
Still not even going to call a timeout. I don't care. Just get it over with.
A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. he'll drop back here on 3rd down. It's an out route. The catch made. He stopped short of that 1st down marker. It's going to bring up 4th and 3. And now
Just
the
have nothing to
defense
say.
call a timeout. That's the team's
We'll
first.
still be a playoff team,
Big 4th down play coming up as
but
they
why would I
decide
have any hope or optimism that this team can go on a
see if
run?
they can make a play on this return.
There's no reason to
Good
at all.
coverage there. Zero gain on the return.
There's no reason to have any confidence in this team whatsoever. They're just like every other team that we've had.
Look at now throwing here to start the drive. Fired into a tight window and picked off. This defense makes another big play. What else could...
I don't know how a lob pass can be a red time throw unless we're pressured, but okay. Were we immediately pressured? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know how a lob can be a red time throw, but alright. Cool.
Winning a conference championship in a league this strong clearly is one of the preseason goals for this team, and you can tell by the way they're celebrating.
Well, we still have the playoffs. That's fun, I guess. Can't really say it feels like our coaching strategy change has really affected this team all that much. You know? Feels like the DNA of the team is still the same. Shits the bed when it matters the most. Without fail. It's just a matter of when we will blow it as opposed to if we will. Whether or not it's the conference title game, quarterfinal, the playoff, semifinal, the actual national championship game, but every time. Every time. Seem to just shit the bed. Honestly, maybe I do just want more players to go pro. Sooner the better. Fucking sooner the better. Oh my god. It's even worth maybe speccing into fucking tactician from here. I don't know. Certainly doesn't feel like it's helped the offensive line at all to spec into fucking tacticians, so just save the points for now. I don't know what the hell to spend them on. I expected nothing, and I'm still disappointed. That's how shit this team is constantly. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now they manage to do this every year. They actually failed a goal. And presumably we have a first round bye, but the Heisman presentation's here. Tie, that we did.
Greetings and welcome
That we
to a
did.
very special moment
99 rated team and they do that. Yep.
The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside
Yep.
the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris
James
Fowler. So
Rashid,
proud to bring
junior
Heisman
wideout
Trophy night every
from
year.
Stanford.
So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know
Lionel
each other
Claxton,
better, but
senior
ultimately,
quarterback,
it's gonna
Oregon,
belong to one
47
guy.
total
One
touchdowns.
name will be
Goddamn.
read here, and one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a Heisman Trophy winner.
Jonathan Hinton, senior wideout from Virginia.
The announcement just moments away. They've gotten to New York City, not by focusing on it, but once you're here, man, they want to win it. And every past winner has told me this is really
And
a nervous
Christian
time.
Jew,
This close to the trophy.
senior wideout, Touglane. He won't win it,
Honor, of course, to be a finalist.
but we actually had a Heisman finalist. How do you like that?
The night belongs to one man. We're
Let
about
it be
to find
known.
out who's going to be this season's
We
Heisman
actually
Trophy
had a Heisman finalist, Christian Jew. Again, he is definitely not going to win this. He should not win this statistically. Really shouldn't. Way to go, Christian. Way to at least be there.
Win the trophy for this season.
Way to at least be there.
And here we go. This season, the Heisman Memorial Trophy is awarded to junior wide receiver out of Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford's guy won it. Good sportsmanship at least there, Christian. Well done. James Rashid was the Heisman Trophy winner. The Outland winner is Sergeant Slaughter at right guard. The problem is it's still stupid. He only played 115 snaps, so that award's still broken as shit. And we do not get a first round bye because we fucking lost our last 2 games. We are the 9th seed instead of being the number 1 seed. And we will play Arkansas, who's higher rated than us. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. You're bad and you should feel bad. That is just how this program operates. We're gonna need a new offensive and a new defensive coordinator. We'll go highest level and someone with interest. So Casey Burfict, who's been the head coach at South Florida. We'll lowball him. Enrique Sexton, who's been the offensive coordinator at Georgia. Still have plenty of money for these coordinators, too. Arkansas's offensive coordinator, Tim Kelemete. I mean, shit, we might not be able to beat him, so maybe we can at least have him join us, you know? Can't believe we lost to Louisville that convincingly. Stephen Haslam, the offensive coordinator at Memphis. We got one more. 2 more. I can't count. Marlon Samia, the head coach of Miami University. Miami, Miami, Miami. And last but not least will be... Well, we got 2 level 45s, Matt Nevis or Anthony Jose. We'll go for this guy. His alma mater's Texas Tech. Why not? Not that I think we need the recruiter help, but I don't know if he'll sign either. Defensive coordinators. What do we got for offers there? Affordable. Sort by level. Eric Cleveland, the head coach at Toledo. Try to bring you in. We have Isaac Bernstein, the head coach at Western Michigan. I mean, they were terrible this year and he got fired, but he had been doing some good work for them. Keelan Starr, the defensive coordinator for the New Mexico Lobos. Nebraska's fired defensive coordinator, Theo Curtis. And who else wants to be in consideration? Eric Vela of Colorado State, who have continued to be outstanding. Got promoted again this year. And then level 46, Josh Suarez, head coach at Navy. First come, first serve to all 12 of you, gentlemen. We'll see who ends up being here next year. New coaches show up after a while. Yes. Love it if high awareness players don't get drafted to become coaches. That would be cool. I think we'll just probably leave our schemes and playbooks the way that they are. I have my doubts about the 4-2-5 at least, but the spread offense, like, might as well. I am going to switch us back to a 4-3. I'm in a 4-3 shell. Might not be the worst idea. In a base 4-3. 4-3 man pressure zone. Let's try to run the 4-3 shell for the playoffs, I guess. I wish I could have any sort of hope or optimism for this team, but there's no reason to. They've given us no reason to be hopeful or to be optimistic about this one. If they win, cool, but I'm not expecting it. The playoff bracket is Colorado State versus BYU. The winner will play Charlotte. Touglane versus Arkansas. The winner plays Louisville. Washington plays Nevada. Winner gets James Madison. And Notre Dame plays North Carolina. Winner gets Virginia. So, man, Virginia, JMU, and Charlotte all in the top 4, getting a first-round bye, and we didn't. That is embarrassing for us. And our road to redemption would have to go through Louisville as well. Just to take a look at those conference championships from last week. Army wins Conference USA. Michigan State wins the Pac-12. Utah State wins the Mountain West. Arkansas won the ACC. Charlotte won the MAC. Virginia wins the Big 12. UAB wins the Sun Belt. James Madison won the American. Notre Dame won the SEC. And, of course, Louisville won the Big 10. Here we go. It is Arkansas. Somehow, some way, we have screwed this up as to where we are playing in the first round, and we're the road team. It is an outright home game for Arkansas. This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
We're at Reynolds Razorback Stadium. Today, a
Frickin' Arkansas.
playoff matchup. The number 9 seed versus the number 8. It's the away team against the Arkansas Razorbacks. 3A Sports College Football. I'm Chris Fowler, joined in the booth by Joel Pratt.
Run the fucking table. I mean,
Sidelines experiencing
we're gonna have to.
incredible playoff vibe.
Guys, this kind of matchup
We're
is
gonna
always
have
a
to.
challenge. Coach told me bringing a team in here on the road can be hard. He said that his veteran running back is in prime condition.
What's it
right now
gonna
to
be?
start this game. He's had a great year with over 1,000 yards rushing, and he wants to take the load on
What's
his
it gonna
shoulders
be?
today and
Who's
be
it
the
gonna
guy
be?
that carries his team further. This is a really exciting moment right here. They're going to really script early in this series to get him the rock and make sure he can establish the running game. I'll keep you posted on how
Nice,
that
yeah.
turns out on the
I'm
field.
hoping it's good.
Back to you.
We'll be playing it next week. Frickin' Arkansas in the playoffs. Frickin' Arkansas. Alright. No confidence, no hope. But maybe that's exactly where we need to be. I don't know. Maybe that's exactly what the doctor ordered, is for us to have zero confidence in this team whatsoever. It's going to lead us to at least beating Arkansas in the first round, meaning up next is Louisville.
What a tremendous job.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
Maybe it's the curse of no touching. I don't know. 48-21. Number 2, Derek Leba. Number 2, Derek Leba. We send Arkansas packing. Their season is done. And we will play in a rematch of the conference title game. The Louisville Cardinals, the defending national champions. Seahawks, I haven't really gotten hyped for it yet, but we'll see. Great game for Lieber, one of his best as a pro. Still doesn't get a ton of yardage on these throws, but our cell phone, Christian Jew, each with rushing touchdowns. Dwayne the Bathtub, Christian Jew, Miyamori. And, of course, as always, 96 overall tackle. Sucks ass. We terrorized their quarterback today, though. 2 sacks apiece for Fump, Sexton. Tua turned the ball over. And Jojo Joseph, our kicker, went 2 for 2. Arkansas is eliminated. But now it's frickin' Louisville again. Now it is frickin' Louisville again. Christian Jew has set the Touglane single-season record for receiving yards. Damn. Christian Jew has set the Touglane single-season receptions record. He might not be done. Okay, there it is. First round playoff win. Okay, we're off to see our old pals in Louisville again. We're back. We're back. Conference Offensive Player of the Week, Christian Jew. And there it is. We knew it was coming. Rose Bowl will be the site. Seahawks, yes it is. Isaac Bernstein will be our new defensive coordinator next season. And our OC is Casey Perfect. I don't remember what those two specialized in. So not that we would leave, but if we did, Virginia Tech, Duke, Syracuse, yeah, we're not going anywhere, obviously. As we always mention. Huerta, Below, and Shabazz. We definitely have some losses on the defensive side of things. And that means everything else is good. So the updated bracket as it stands. BYU beat Colorado State, so they'll play Charlotte. Washington beat Nevada, so they'll play JMU. And Notre Dame beat North Carolina. They will play Virginia. Biggest threats to win it all. Ourselves, Louisville, BYU, Notre Dame, Washington. Anybody else would be a bit of a surprise despite the seeding. Louisville's gotten the better of us the last 2 or 3 times we've played them. They took that division or that conference title from us. What's it gonna be at the Rose Bowl? Oh, what on earth is it going to be? Again, I wish I could have any sort of confidence.
4 teams have battled through the opening round of the college football playoff, and now the pressure and
But
the intensity continue to mount as we
we've seen them falter,
moving away from home sites,
including in the Final Four last year, to this very team that went on to win that national title. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Let the ass whooping begin. They seem to have our number. They are so close to being able to tie this game. They are so close.
Here we go, 3rd down.
At our 8-yard line, it's 3rd and 3. In fairness, we actually scored. I didn't realize that we did. I thought it was 20-12, so it's not that close. They do get the first down, though. It's a 12-point lead. They do have 2 timeouts, so if they score quickly enough,
Launching one to the end zone.
Nice
Looking for a
knockout.
touchdown, but it's incomplete. Now they come up second and goal
Come on.
from the 3.
Come on, please. Just to have to play BYU, who we lost to this year as well. Most likely BYU.
Oh, and they bring him down just short of the end zone. They'll spot it at the 1.
3rd and goal from the 1.
On 3rd and goal, he's going to try to throw for it.
Intercepted.
In the end zone.
Chris, that's exactly what you want to see from your defense.
Wish we could have done this for the conference title.
Here in the 4th quarter, and they go out there and they've got to understand.
But we are going to beat Louisville and get some revenge. There will be a new national champion this year.
To try to come back in this game.
Unless we really choke this. Emilio Eulio. With the interception that will hopefully seal the deal here. Oh my God. Well, hell of a tackle too. The entire state of Maine is here from the looks of it. Indeed, we will take a knee. We have finally dispatched of Louisville. 2 playoff wins down. 2 to go, but we have not had that great of a record in the Final Four.
I couldn't agree more. They look better than anybody at this point. They've played well at the line of scrimmage. Their quarterback is playing very well. And I don't want to play this team right now. There seems to be a level of urgency and
It is a
focus
Rose Bowl win.
And this is a group that clearly understands their objective. They're aiming for a national
Our cell phone was the player of the game. Oh, and also,
No touching. To a national championship. For Joel Clatton and Holly Rowe, I'm Chris Fowler. This has been another presentation of EA Sports
All right.
College Football.
I don't even care for the stats, honestly. The only thing that matters is the win. The only thing that matters is the win. That's it. Down go Louisville, so it is most likely BYU because I can't imagine Charlotte's going to beat them. Charlotte's been doing really well lately, though, of climbing up the ranks. But, I mean, if BYU beat us this year, they should be able to beat Charlotte. And they did. We had 3 losses this year. Texas A&M, who we're not replaying. Louisville, we've avenged it. And now BYU. We have a chance. The winner of the Peach Bowl goes to the national championship game to play either Washington or Virginia as Notre Dame shit the bed. 52-24 loss to the Cavaliers. This has to be it, which means we're going to choke. It happens every time. We are the best team left, obviously. There is no excuse for this to not be the year that we at least win the national title. I don't know what happens if we do win it, because I don't know if I can do another season just to win a conference title, when technically by the way that works in this game, we've finished atop the conference. But the problem is we still have to get through BYU. And I don't know if that's going to happen. One more time against the Mormons. One more time. One more time.
This is a
One more time. Is there a way to check which team climbed the most and fell? Yes, and we're going to at the very end. That is part of the plan. Are we going for the trap? We are not. We lost the conference championship game. We finished tied with Louisville at the very top of the standings, both at 7-2. They beat us in the conference title game, but we just beat them in the playoffs. Now it's a Final Four showdown with BYU, who we also lost to this year. So what's it going to be, fellas? What's it going to be? How's it going to be? We've made it through and made it to a national championship game once, which we lost. We've made it to the Final Four quite a few times in our history and don't have the best record in that regard. This is a shootout with BYU right now. We take a 35-31 lead on a 24-yard rushing touchdown from quarterback Derek Lieber. And BYU, with 7 minutes to go, take the lead. Touglane, 42-38. Hugh into hell are you, 12-yard rushing touchdown. BYU are forced to punt. Can we kill the time? Holy shit, we actually won. Holy shit, we actually won. For just the second time in our history, we will go to the national championship game. But we have been kicked in the groin so many times. It is so tough to have confidence, especially in this team, which threw away opportunity after opportunity. But we will play Washington or Virginia for the national championship. This has got to be it. And if it's not, it's because we choked. We have no excuse. We need to win. End of story. Christian Jew has set the Touglane single-season receiving touchdowns record. He's probably going to go down as the best wideout we've ever had, which is kind of wild. As he is also... wow, Derek Lieber has set the Touglane single-season passing yards record at quarterback, which is pretty embarrassing because he's not that high up there. And there is the Peach Bowl win. It's got to be. It's got to be. Christian was the Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week. 14 receptions, 177 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was the National Offensive Player of the Week. Please don't lose. It's not even Washington. Please don't lose. Virginia's done a pretty good job in this playthrough. Like, just how good they've been. You know, they didn't start at the very bottom or anything. But they have been one of the more surprising teams just for being pretty consistent. They are not, or at least should not be, in our league. This would be a disaster if we lose this game. For anybody who has been following along with what some of the coaching situations are looking like, it's because we tend to try to take a look. Fucking Texas Tech have a level 10 head coach. That's insane. We are playing Virginia for the national championship. I have nothing else to say. I truly have nothing else to say. Virginia is a Tier 3 team that has earned promotion up to Tier 2. So they're not pushovers. But man, oh man, oh man. It's been, what, 4 years since we went to the national title game? Yeah. where we lost to Ohio State 48-46. Since then, it's been 2 titles for Mississippi and 1 for Louisville. Please let us at least win this national title. We've done almost everything we've ever looked to do. Let this be the one. Cavaliers showing up as an 87 overall. Like I said, they're very respectable. Very respectable indeed. Oh my God.
This is it.
Our second chance at that trophy.
Two teams that have battled through a long regular season. Thrive this 12-team playoff bracket, overcoming
The biggest thing that's missing from the cabinet is this trophy. Again, technically the conference title, you know, the trophy is important, but not as important with the formula that we use for promotion and everything. Coach's legs were poking out of the back of his pants. Donkey Kong. You win this, you can afford a new pair of pants.
Crucial today. No one thought this young quarterback could make this magic happen, and yet here we are.
We're not watching the whole thing either. We're winning this. Donkey Kong Jr., in fairness. First quarter. If we don't win this from here. If we don't win this from here. We are up 21-0 at the end of the first quarter. Virginia had 1 yard of offense on 9 plays. A 24-0 lead is down to a 14-point lead. Just 134 yards of offense for Virginia. We've been held at 200. There is very much a choking risk looming overhead. Thank God. Thank God. We started in Tier 11.
Now the kickoff team is out on the field.
We worked our way up all the way to the top tier, including at one time 9 promotions in a row.
That's pretty solid coverage there. Now let's check in with Holly Rowe from her sidelines vantage point.
Hey guys, down here on the home team sideline, everybody gathering.
We've lost in a national championship game.
Nobody expected him to have this
We've lost in other playoff games.
moment this big, and yet
And right when it looked like this team might have been dead in the water,
everything they
losing to BYU,
championship.
losing to Louisville,
But the excitement
we are going to win 4 straight playoff games and win the national championship over Virginia
They make the tackle, but this
in dominant fashion
continues to churn out the yards. What a game.
to put a cap on this run that was so desperately needed. Oh my God.
Handoff, and he picks up the first down before they get him to the ground.
I said this team didn't deserve confidence until they proved they could do it.
Get loose today, but
They've proven they can do it.
in a postseason game, if you can lead on a
It took much longer for a 99 overall team to win than it should have.
Run the football. So the fact that they're in this position
Oh my
is just
God.
icing on the cake. Now, if you can get your back,
But they're going to get it done.
probably close this thing out. He is so good late in the game.
important second down play coming up. And they'll run it. Hand it off to the running back.
Virginia, of course, not even going to bother with their timeouts, nor should they.
Yeah, Chris, I like this play right here because after a 2nd and 10, what you want is just a manageable 3rd down. I've always thought, like, hey, get half
Number
of this,
2,
create a 3rd
Derek
down that's more manageable for the
Liba
play caller and for the quarterback, and that's exactly what they've done here.
is going to be the quarterback that gets it done. Of all quarterbacks to get it done, it's him.
For this group, to know that you're about to win the national championship, all that work that you put in throughout the entirety of the offseason, and here you're seeing this clock wind down to
And the
0.
kick actually missed
We're on Gatorade
a
watching
little bit
this.
beyond
Really
his
gonna get
territory,
close.
apparently.
Chris, that looked good for a long time. It was right down the middle, but just didn't get over the crossbar. That's when you want someone back to return it. Kick 6, anyone?
Murder him. Thank you. No mercy from Marco Correa. I appreciate it. I wish I could have been more happy in the build-up. But man, we suffered for a while, but we finally fucking did it. Thank you, God. We have won the national championship over Virginia. It took 84 years. But the Blue Moose have accomplished most of their goals. Most of them. Technically, the one thing escaping us is a conference championship trophy. But by the definition of this playthrough, we did what we wanted to do. Only one generation of the Senate. I hate how right you are. We avenged 2 of our losses on the way. I think it was a coach that's supposed to be on their shoulders there, but a dominant performance. This game was over in the first quarter. The freshman, number 2, Derek Lieber. Insane. I mean, only 197 yards, but what a freaking game for him. Rushing-wise, another touchdown for Hugh Antwine. Christian Jew scores on a fucking jet sweep on, like, every play. It's nuts. And he had 2 more touchdowns through the air. Why not a couple more sacks given up by our left tackle and center? Dude, Joseph had 4 sacks in that game. That might be the MVP right there. That might be the MVP right there. Interception for Eric Averill, who missed so much time. And then 2 fumble recoveries today for Tyree Hammer. The defense was nuts. Everything except that Big Ten trophy, though technically we did win the Big Ten. Unreal. They finally got it done. Derek Lieber sets the Touglane single-season passing touchdown record. He and Christian Jew will be all over that list of record holders. Finally. Oh my god. Fucking finally. We got 10,000 XP for that. Thank God. Our stadium atmosphere is still shit. Nearly a 19,000 point budget. We're still not a 5-star program, at least as of this week. Obviously, we'll have the conference offensive and defensive players of the week, stuff like that. They finally did it. Finally. This team built their way up from the bottom tier all the way up. I can't believe they actually did it, honestly. They finally freaking did it. We started back in 2026 with a Mississippi win. A&M, Oklahoma, A&M, Washington, Texas, Indiana, USC, Nebraska, Indiana, SMU, USC, Auburn, Ohio State, 2 more for Mississippi, 1 for Louisville, and 1 for Touglane. Damn. We finally got there. Thank God. It's just a sigh of relief. Trust me, I am happy right now. I am very happy right now. But I could have gone without this team making me think that we were dead before the playoffs even started. Those Ole Miss wins hurt the most, for sure. It really should have been us in that instance. In terms of records, because this is probably it, I don't believe a national record was ever broken. I think, from what I can tell, people will let me know. Same thing happened with the Browns. Yeah, honestly. And yeah, for the 3 people that said natty only, enjoy those points. ECC, again, I'm not sure if any career records were broken there. They're often very difficult to do. But I will quickly scroll through those conference records just in case any happen to be broken. Actually, really quickly, we did have a record holder there for the Big Ten, and that is Ura Moran. 41 touchdowns. Had the record. Conference USA. Of course, independent, there wouldn't be any records. I don't think we had any MAC records. We weren't around long enough for that to happen. At least, like, career-wise. Single season, maybe. Yeah, the conference we spent the most time in was actually the top tier. That's right, I forgot that you can look at school records, too. So, at least from this menu. So, Rich Homie Quan is our all-time passing yards leader. Caleb Ricks is the all-time rushing yards leader. Isn't that a guy from UMass? Did we actually have a Caleb Ricks? Ura Moran, the receiving yards and receptions leader at wideout. Rich Homie Quan, the passing touchdowns record holder. Caleb Ricks for the rushing touchdowns. Ura Moran for receiving options. Big Country Reeves had 32 career sacks. And Isaiah Trent, the all-time interceptions leader with 14. If we look at game records, yeah, like Eli Navarro is a carryover, but Ura Moran, most receiving yards in a game. Also the most receptions in a game. Not many single-season records were broken by us here. But then individual seasons, Derek Lieber, all-time passing yards in a season, 4,600. Christian Jew set the single-season receiving and reception yards and touchdown record. And then Lieber up there as well. And then Andrew Harris, 16 sacks in a season. Damn. Was anything broken nationally for career and season? Nothing was broken nationally for single game. But season, Lonnie Minor of Notre Dame, 2,300 receiving yards. That is the only record to have fallen in this time, which is crazy. Obviously, the trophy cabinet quite full. Quite full indeed. Numerous individual awards. A frickin' Mountain West Conference title. I don't think that was the last conference title that we won, though. The coach stats for Don Kekong Jr. Certainly doesn't have the most amount of wins as a head coach. So at the end of this, it's Josh Hoople who's up there at LSU. 1 win more than Pat Fitzgerald. But That is what you have for the winningest coaches. Career winning percentage, Donkey Kong at a 718. And you can see the stats there in the bottom right, or maybe you can't because it's small text, but career record 183 and 72. 13-0 against rivals, 17-12 in bowl games, 61 and 27 against the top 25. 16 winning seasons. Lane Kiffin has the most there. And most playoff wins of any active head coach is Donkey Kong Jr. Playoff win percentage at a 636, which is up there. Kenny Dillingham definitely up there. Otherwise, 1 national title, the most amongst coaches, 2 for Dillingham, Elko, Rule, Diaz, and Kirby Smart. 6 conference championships, tied with Lincoln Riley and Alex Mortensen of Virginia for the most in that regard. 58 first-round picks from the Blue Moose. More than Kirby Smart by 17. We had 129 players be drafted. We are top 5 in that regard. And 5 top 5 recruiting class seasons. Kirby Smart, though, 19. Which is nuts. Which is absolutely nuts. So, the last thing to do is to take a look at improvements or who struggled the most when it came to starting position and going from there. All right. That is where we are at. So allow me a second to update our little team sheet here from this past season. And we'll get the final standings for everybody in terms of, again, who made the most progress, who fell the furthest down, all that fun stuff. Shouldn't take me too long, at least I hope, to update said changes. Again, I hope. I hope. Let's see. So we got those guys relegated down. Conference USA is already set. And then promoted up. Yeah, like I said, it'll take me a second to calculate all this, but we will get there. We will get there. Holy. All right. Let's see. So the relegated sides down to the Sun Belt. And the 3 promoted sides from the MAC. Shout out to Vanderbilt, who got promoted last minute. Credit to them, because they were ass for most of this playthrough. They were terrible. Meg, take it easy. Appreciate you hanging out as always. You know that. Alright. We are almost where we want to be here. In terms of having everything updated. For the last hurrah. It's a shame again, though, a team like Buffalo got relegated right at the end. Like, they were looking pretty good in terms of their improvements, and they choked at the end with back-to-back relegations. All right, let's see. Relegated sides from the ACC. That goes there. Promoted sides from the ACC going up. I am very intrigued to know, though, who made up the most ground and who lost the most amount of ground. I mean, technically, we know it'll be us that made up the most amount of ground, but, you know, from the AI perspective, what programs did well and what programs just absolutely shit the bed. Alright, we're almost there. I have 2 more conferences to look at. Technically, even less. Alright. Cool. Alright, so we do have our final tally. Again, we initially sorted this out on collegefootball.gg by total budget, right? Total budget was the way that we went through this. So Ohio State, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 with Penn State. So Ohio State started in Tier 1 and stayed in Tier 1. No changes for them. Alabama started in Tier 1, ended up in Tier 2. Georgia started in Tier 1, fell down to Tier number 2. Michigan started in Tier 1, fell down to Tier 2. That seems to be pretty common. Notre Dame started in Tier 1 and ends in Tier 1. Oklahoma starts in Tier 1, ends in Tier 1. Texas starts in Tier 1, ends in Tier 1, despite the fact that they ended up being like 4 tiers down at one point. I mean, it was not a great run for Texas. And here, you know what? Let's actually see just winningest program, stuff like that at that stage. Let's see. USC started in Tier 1, ended in Tier 1, despite some up and down. Oregon started in Tier 1, ended in Tier 1. Miami Hurricanes started in Tier 1, dropped down to Tier 2. LSU started in Tier 1, ended in Tier 1. And Penn State, the biggest losers, Penn State, at least by the top tier programs, I believe. Yeah, Penn State started in Tier 1 and dropped down and finished in Tier 3. So, the only team that started Tier 1 to finish outside of the top 2 was Penn State. And, let's see, 7 of the 12 held in that top tier. Let's see, so the next 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, down to Texas Tech. Tennessee started off in Tier 2. They end in Tier number 3. Clemson starts in Tier 2, ends in Tier number 3. Indiana starts in Tier 2, ends in Tier 1, and at the time, the longest-serving team in the Big Ten, as mentioned. Mississippi starts in Tier 1, ends up in Tier 2, so that's another -1. Nebraska, actually, in fairness, I lied. Mississippi held at even, started in Tier 2, ended in Tier 2. Nebraska, same thing, started in Tier 2, ended in Tier 2. Texas A&M gets a +1, starts in Tier 2, ends up in Tier number 1. Florida starts in Tier 2, ends in Tier number... Where the fuck was Florida? My name is Florida. Florida ended in Tier number 4. So that's a -2 for the Florida Gators, who shrugged off a pretty bad start. The Washington Huskies started in Tier 2, ended in Tier 2. The Iowa Hawkeyes started in Tier 2, end in Tier 3, so a -1. The Florida State Seminoles started in Tier 2, finished in Tier number 4, so a -2 as well for Florida State. Auburn, -1 after starting in Tier 1, or Tier 2, my god, so many numbers, I'm so sorry. And then Texas Tech starts in Tier 2, ends up a -3, down in Tier number 5. So right now, biggest losers, we are looking at Texas Tech and Penn State, both at a -3. And the biggest winner, +1s for the moment, so nothing too crazy. Yeah, Texas Tech and Penn State right now. Actually, Penn State was a -2. Texas Tech is on pace to be the biggest loser at a -3. We'll see if they hold. After that, we have tier number 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, down to Arizona State. Illinois holds as a tier 3 program. Michigan State. Where the hell did Michigan State end up? Hello? Michigan State was a -1, falling from tier 3 to tier 4. BYU starting off in tier number 3 and ending up as a tier 1 program. Cougars are a +2. And honestly, BYU was really good through this whole playthrough. Constantly hanging around in that top tier. They were awesome. They were really, really good in that regard. TCU. TCU, again, started off tier 3, ended up tier 2. The +1, they got it right at the end. Minnesota started as a tier 3, ended as a tier 3. Georgia Tech gets a -1. Pittsburgh gets a -2. The Utah Utes. Where the hell did they end up? I'm looking for Utah. Utah ends up on a +1. Not bad. Not bad. Colorado ends up on a... Where the hell did Colorado end up? Colorado... Oh my god. That was Colorado State. Never mind, we're fine. Colorado held at a tier 3. I was going to say Colorado. I didn't think they fell down like 4 divisions. Arkansas. Arkansas did well. I mean, started as a tier 3. Ends about the same. Yeah, ends as a tier 4, so a -1 for Arkansas. UCLA also gets a -1 from tier 3 to tier 4. And then Arizona State, who held around in that top tier so often, end up on a -1. Unfortunately for them. Like, they had looked so good. But, yeah, by the end of it, Arizona State ends up on a -1. So tier number 4. Teams that started there. Let's see, it is Wisconsin. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. Wisconsin held at a tier 4. South Carolina holds at a tier 4, despite being up in tier 1 at one point. One of the big concerns, Mizzou. And they end up being a -2 from tier 4 to tier 6, so it's not that brutal. The California Golden Bears also end up on a -2 from Tier 4 to Tier 6. NC State, who at one point looked really good, are a -3 from Tier 4 down to Tier number 7. So right now it's NC State and Texas Tech as our biggest losers. Syracuse. What do we got for Syracuse here? If I can find them. Syracuse, also a -3 from Tier 4 down to Tier 7. So Syracuse, Texas Tech, NC State in the biggest loser category. Iowa State. Also a -3. Holy shit. Alright, so Tier 4 is where you really started to see a lot of changes. A lot of changes. Boise State. Started off in Tier 4. Ended up in Tier 3. They were top 2 for a while, though. So a +1 for Boise State. And then maybe the guess for biggest loser, it's Vanderbilt -4. So right now, Vanderbilt started off Tier 4 in the ACC, ended up in the MAC. Down in Tier 8, Vanderbilt is currently on pace to be the biggest loser of this whole thing. SMU started off Tier 4, ends up Tier 2, at one point Tier 1 for quite a bit of time. So a +2 for SMU. They are tied with BYU for the biggest winner. Aside from us, we won't count ourselves. Let's see. Virginia Tech is a -3, another big loser. And then Stanford ends up being a -2. All right, tier number 5. Who started in tier 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with Houston. So we have Oklahoma State, also a -2. Army, who were in the bottom tier at one point, they're back up to tier 9, but Army is also a -4 along with Vandy. Altex, what's up? We're doing our final winners losers calculation since we managed to win a national championship. And here, a matter of fact, let's just yeah, you know, we could throw it over to this screen so you guys can see the calculations here. But yeah, Army, one of the big losers. Louisville started off in tier number 5, ends up in tier number 1. So a +4 for Louisville. I'll move the biggest winners and losers over here. But yeah, tier 1 finish for Louisville. Again, they end up on a +4 and are currently, you know what? Let's just let's put that over here. Louisville currently on pace to be the big winner. Kansas State. Kansas State finishes in tier number 4, so that's a +1. Kentucky down to tier 6, so a -1 for Kentucky. Duke, I believe, finished in, yeah, tier 2. So not bad for the Blue Devils at all. That's a +3. Not enough to be our big winner, though. Not at all. Which is okay. Let's see. So we got Kentucky, we got Duke, we have Mississippi State also on a -1. Mississippi State also on a -1. West Virginia holds even. Started tier 5, ends tier 5. North Carolina starts tier 5 and ends up tier 2. So a strong +3 for UNC. But again, we're looking at 4s right now. Navy Gigantic loser for Navy. Down 7 tiers. And I don't know if anybody is going to surpass Navy as the biggest loser on a -7. That's got to be untouchable. That's got to be. What about Maryland? Started tier 5, ends tier 4. That's a +1. And then Houston starts tier 5, ends tier 5. So, fair enough there for Houston. Honestly, I just want to start deleting some of these because that's now no longer relevant. But it does show you how many teams might be moving up or down here. Yeah, fuck it, it's fine. At least for the ones that are higher up. Okay. So then we move to tier number 6. Just delete that. And Houston goes down. So let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So Purdue starts tier 6, ends tier 6. Even though they did have some moments where they were getting better. The Baylor Bears start tier 6, end tier 6. I should have seen them. They were right under Purdue. Northwestern end up with a -2. Virginia, I mean, starting tier 6, ending up tier 3. Not a bad rise for Virginia at all. Boston College also get a +3. Rutgers started off in tier 6. They ended in tier 6. Arizona ends up on a +1. Like, they had gotten relegated quite a few times. Like, we were joking with Bagel about it in chat. And by the end of it, they found some stability. Central Florida also ends up on a +1. Cincinnati is another team in big danger. They started in tier 6. They end up on a -4. So a rough break for Cincy there, but they're not the biggest losers. It's got to end up being Navy. Wake Forest held as a tier 6 program. Kansas ends up as a -2. They kind of yo-yoed a little bit there too. And then Tulane also holds as a tier 6 program. So again, so far, shit. It's not entirely doing everything that I want it to do. That's okay. I did keep another list. We'll see if it's actually doing what I want it to do in terms of searching. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'll still have the numbers anyway. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So tier number 7 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So we start off Oregon State. End up on a -2 at the end of it. East Carolina also end up as a -2. Washington State end up as a -1. Memphis. Good for Memphis. What's that, a +2? Right, we're on tier 7. So a +2 for Memphis. They were the team that we said heading into this thing, they might be the ones to really have like that biggest improvement. And yeah, they were up there. They were definitely up there by that point. Let's see. Fresno State. What do we got for Fresno? Fresno also gets a +2. Okay. Tulsa, -2 for the Golden Hurricane. North Texas, -4. So not one of the big losers, but close. Very close. San Antonio ends up being a -3. Let's go Utah State. They end up being... God damn, I might have to double check some of this, unfortunately. That's a pain in the ass. Alright, it's fine. We'll do it. So Utah State, where do you end up being? So yeah, see, they actually finished in Tier 6. I should have just gotten rid of this other fucking list. You know what? For the moment, let me do that. I was trying to save that in case I kept the playthrough going, but I don't think we got to worry about it. So, some of these programs I might have to double check, but it's fine. So, I mean, Utah State ends up in a Tier 6 from a Tier 7, so that's a +1 for them. What do we have for Colorado State? They were doing really well down the stretch. They are also a +1. Rice, who were doing so well. Oh, boy. I'll get me through some of my other notes. That's the problem with having a million fucking notes on the same document, because that's just what I do, baby. It's a +1 for the Rice Owls, and then San Diego State, pretty sure ended up pretty far down, and they did. They ended up on a -3, which was pretty harsh. So, recently saw a clip of Tyrese Halliburton that he was trying to go to Phoenix in his draft here. Military schools suck in the game. They really do. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 for tier number 8. And again, biggest loser so far, Navy. Biggest winner is Louisville. So if we were Texas State, all right, we said tier 8. Texas State is a hold. No change. USF. Could have sworn went up a little bit, but apparently not. Nope, they also held on a tier 8. Fair enough. App State. We know we're going to be down here. Are they that far down? Where did App State end up? There they are. So they started in a tier 8, ended up down in tier number 2, or tier number 10, so a -2. North Dakota State also had some really good moments. By the end of it, they hold in tier 8. Wyoming end up, I could have sworn on a -3, but apparently not. Where the fuck is Wyoming? I don't know why I'm not just bothering to search. There they are. Yeah, Wyoming held as well. Fuck, I thought they were further down. Hawaii ends up on a -. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? Where the fuck is Hawaii? Tier 10. There we go. Hawaii ends up on a -2. UNLV, man, didn't they have some good moments, and then they really didn't have some good moments. -3 by the end of it. Temple. Temple. Also on a -3. San Jose State, the most amount of time in independent status, also a -3. Air Force, -3. Nevada is going to be one of the big winners, I would think. Where did they end up by the end of this? All the way up in fucking tier 4. So Nevada tied for the biggest improvement with Louisville. That is nuts. Of all teams. And then Florida Atlantic starting off in tier 8, also ending up on a -3. So tier 8 is where we've had the craziest changes. Lot of teams dropping heavily. Tier number 9 in our final little countdown for who went up the furthest, who dropped the furthest as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So tier 9, Liberty is a -1. Charlotte, we know, went up a decent amount. That's a +2. for the Charlotte 49ers. Western Kentucky. They're down here somewhere. Yeah. That is a -2 for Western Kentucky. Miami of Ohio. Also with a pretty big improvement. Another +4 from Tier 9 to Tier 5. So +4 looks to be about the craziest. We'll see, though. There might still be another team that can match that. What about NIU? NIU finishes on a -2. Toledo. Of course, we kind of left them in the dust. That's another +4. Toledo. From Tier 9 to Tier 5. Damn. That's 4 teams on at least a +4. Louisiana is a +2. The Thundering Herd of Marshall. Even rating by the end of it. No movement. The Ohio Bobcats end up on a -1. The Lobos of New Mexico. That's New Mexico State. I want New Mexico. There we go. That is a +2 for the Lobos. Not bad. Arkansas State ends up on a -2. And the Troy Trojans hold in tier number 9 where they started. All right. So tier 10. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Which means that we have our final 16 after that. Good. UAB also had some very good moments. They end up as a +2. Let's see. Louisiana Tech end up as a -1. James Madison is the team I was waiting for. They end up, oh baby, we have a new winner. +5. James Madison went up 5 tiers. JMU, the biggest winners from the looks of it. Unless somebody can somehow top that. El Paso was a +2. Georgia Southern is a -1. Delaware ends up being a +2. Coastal Carolina holds in tier number 10. Western Michigan ends up being a +1 by the end of it. Southern Miss, fuck you, Brett Favre, ends up being a -1 by the end of it. Bowling Green, +2. Not bad for them. Jacksonville State get a +1. And UConn, who at one point would have been one of the biggest winners, end up being a -1 loser. So then the final 16 teams, Old Dominion, no improvement. At one point, they started to make improvement, and then they just crashed and burned. Tough for them. Eastern Michigan. Damn. Eastern Michigan, a +5. Another +5. James Madison and Eastern Michigan. Damn. What about Sac State? They get a +1. Akron gets a +2. South Alabama holds in their tier. Middle 10 gets a +1. Central Michigan gets a +2. That's not that bad. New Mexico State holds in the bottom tier. And then the other team that could really make it, there's no fucking way Ball State were the biggest winners. On a 7. The Ball State Cardinals are going to be the biggest winners. That's fucking crazy, given the last time we did this challenge was with Ball State. FIU up by 2. Buffalo goes up by 5, so they were definitely in consideration for biggest winner. Holy shit. And yeah, some of these I'm going to have to go back over again, but that's okay. Fuck, yeah, I had a feeling it was fucking up. I should have thought of that. It's late, though. Kennesaw holds even with where they started. Monroe ends up as a +1. Sam Houston with a very respectable +4 for Sam Houston. Very respectable. Oh, excuse me. Missouri State with a pretty solid +2. No shame there. Georgia State with a +1. Of course, UMass we replaced. And then Kent State as well with a very respectable +3. So just to double check some of our handiwork here. And then obviously, you know, a +10 for us. So if we go back through and reorder based off of improvements, Tier 1 looks something like that. Tier 2, where was Virginia? Just outright Virginia. Way down there. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's a 4. Tier 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Oh my god. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that is a tier 7 start for Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was a tier 7 start and a +5 for Virginia, which is very impressive. Only 3 teams held in that particular tier, and Virginia was definitely the biggest riser of that bunch. Definitely. TCU was also pretty good. Utah did well. And then we have the -1s down from the top tier. But yeah, Virginia, the big winner there. Tier number 3. Where did Duke start? Duke started at tier 7. So Duke started at tier 7. They got a strong +4. Arkansas, where the hell did you start? That's tier 5. Arkansas started in tier 4. So that's a +1. And Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken, ended up with a +2. So Iowa, drop you down, swap you out with Wisconsin just to make this information look a little bit prettier. I got to figure out where Boise State and Boston College were. Where the fuck is Boise State? Perfect, they're in that tier 5. So Boise State was a +2. Boston College was with Virginia in tier 7. So that is a +4 for BC, which is not bad. Which is not bad. Connell, what's up? I mean, we did it. We finally completed our challenge. Now it's just getting that final bit of data, seeing who you know, the biggest winners and the biggest losers were from starting position to ending position. That type of deal. And Duke did very, very well for themselves. ACC, where's South Carolina at? South Carolina, they're not going to be that high up. South Carolina, tier 7. Fuck, I can't tell. Fuck. Okay, they were right there with Wisconsin. And we know that Wisconsin was tier 5. Okay. So South Carolina is a +1. UCLA was a hold. Colorado was a hold. And my recollection is that Memphis was a +2 because I talked about that specifically. So, yeah, of all the fucking team, I can't believe those end results. That's nuts. That is nuts for those particular end results. Let's see, is Colorado again stayed even. Georgia Tech. K-State went up by 1. We can just do all of those in one shot. Neat. Pac-12. Fuck. Alright. I should have saved myself time earlier. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 with Texas Tech. Illinois is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that is tier 3. Where's West Virginia at? A little bit further down. So that's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So was I right that Colorado ended up being a -1. Fuck. Alright. I might have a couple of mistakes here and there accidentally. So tier... I really don't want to recheck my math. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is tier 4. Means Wisconsin was only a +1. Boise State was also a +1. Fuck. I don't think we touched Syracuse yet. Where the hell was Vanderbilt since they started tier 4? I know they were here somewhere. Vanderbilt started tier 4. They were a -3. Oh, my brain. My brain is breaking right now, though, trying to calculate this. Fuck. I made a dumb mistake earlier. Very, very dumb mistake. Shit. So tier 4, California. We know was a -3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Let me just double check these. Fuck it. It's going to drive me insane. So Ohio State stayed even. Alabama was a -1. We had that. Georgia, just outright Georgia, was a -1. Michigan's a -1. Notre Dame was an even. Oklahoma was an even. Texas, I believe, was also an even. They were. USC is an even. Oregon, even. Miami was a -1. All right, so all of these are right. LSU was an even. And Penn State was a -2. Good. Good. Tier 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's see. Tennessee is a -1. Clemson is a -1. Indiana was a +1. Right. Mississippi held. Nebraska held. Texas A&M was a +1. Florida was a -2. Washington was a hold. Iowa was a -1. Florida State -2. Auburn -1. Texas Tech -3. Okay, so all those are good so far. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. This went right down to Arizona State for tier 3. I remember that. So Illinois was a hold. Michigan State was a -1. BYU was a +2. TCU is a +1. Minnesota even. Georgia Tech -1. Pittsburgh -2. Utah is a +1. Colorado is a -1. Arkansas was an even, not a +1. Who else do we have then? UCLA was a -1. And Arizona State is a -2. So in tier 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Tier 4, Wisconsin is a +1. South Carolina, it's not a +1, but an even. Missouri is a -2. California is a -3. That's accurate. NC State is also a -3. Syracuse is a -3. Yeah, this is where it got fucked up mostly. Iowa State is a -3. Boise State is a +1. Vanderbilt is a -3. SMU is a +2. Virginia Tech is a -3. Stanford's a -2. All right, so tier 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Tier 5. Oklahoma State's a -2. That looks good. Army a -4. Okay, who am I missing that data from then? I think we're good. I think I managed to catch up and solve that easily enough. All right, so Pac-12. We are missing Tulane. So this... Arizona State tier 4. Okay, so this was tier 5. Tulane is tier 6. So they are a +1. Right. God damn, I let this just be an absolute mess, and it's because I'm tired of shit. And then West Virginia. If Tulane was a tier 6, West Virginia started in tier 5. And they held their position. Rutgers was also a tier 6. They held their position. Mississippi State would have been a tier 5 and gotten a -1. +2, +1, -3. So we'll put these 3 above Texas Tech. James Madison, Miami of Ohio. Pac-12 may have had the biggest changes, honestly. They may have. All right, tier 6. Just again, the double check biggest winners. Buffalo, Eastern Michigan were looking really good. We got some -1s, some -2s, some Hulkaroos, some Hulka-U's. No side bread for anybody that didn't stick around while I lost my fucking mind trying to calculate this shit. Can you tell I wasn't prepared at all for the concept of us actually... Oh, shit, it's doing this fucking thing. Of us actually winning the national title this year and ending this challenge. Can you tell I wasn't prepared? All right, so again, Wisconsin's tier 4, that's tier 5. Wake Forest is tier 6, so they end up as a -1. So Kansas ends up as a -2. All right, so within the Mountain West, Wake Forest -1. Cal ended up being a -3. +2, +4. A couple other -3s. Another +2. And even more -3. Oh my god. So the Mountain West did not have a single hold in that conference, which is kind of nuts. And for the MAC, we got some +2s. We got some -2s. We have a hold. We have another +3 and another +2. And then 3 holds. And a -1. I don't even know where the fuck that just posted. Hello? What the fuck just happened? There we go. That was weird as shit. Oh, I fucking fat fingered it, so it's doing the weird formatting thing. We're good. Tier number 9. Certainly some positives. Then there's Army, who just absolutely sucked in this playthrough. Some more -2s, another even, and a -2 for Tulsa. Conference USA. Definitely some minuses to deal with. Quite a few minuses to deal with. A lot of minuses to deal with for Conference USA. Damn. Damn. And I think -1 for Liberty. And then that final tier, Navy, definitely the big loser. A bunch of -3s. -2 for Arkansas State. -4 for North Texas. Another -1. A -2 and a -3. God damn. So yeah, there were not a lot of teams that started off in this bottom tier of 16 that stayed there. Only 4 managed to do that. Okay. I did it, everybody. I did it. Somehow, some way, it has been done. Well, thank God, then. I can finally recap what the hell happened. We have our biggest winners and our biggest losers. Our biggest loser is Navy. Our biggest winner is Ball State. Both programs with a 7-point change to make that happen. So within the Big Ten, teams that finished in the Big Ten, we, of course, went up 10 conferences. You had Louisville at a +4. I mean, they were great. BYU went up by a couple. And then we had a bunch of teams, more than half the conference, maintained our program. And yeah, it's true. We have a lot of history with Navy and Ball State, especially Ball State in this particular challenge. Tier number 2 in the SEC, the big winner there, Virginia, moving up 5 points. We obviously beat them for the national title, but crazy run by Virginia. UNC went up by 3, SMU by 2, TCU, Utah by 1. And then just Nebraska, Washington, and Mississippi started as a Tier 2 program and stayed there. And obviously, these were the 4 teams that fell from Tier 1. Tier 3, big winners, Boston College and Duke, moving up from Tier 7 all the way to Tier 3 by the end of it. We had just 3 holds with Arkansas, Minnesota, and Illinois. And then Iowa, Tennessee, Auburn, Clemson all fell down by 1. Penn State was the largest falling Tier 1 program, going all the way down to Tier 3. And then our big winner, +7 for Ball State, independent status all the way to the ACC, which is crazy. Nevada as well on a +4. Memphis on a +2. They were, of course, the team that we looked at to say this game really likes them. Only one team started in Tier 4 and stayed, and that was South Carolina, while you had teams like Florida and Florida State falling from Tier 2 down into Tier 4. One of the other contenders for biggest winners, really, these three programs. Look at that. JMU up by 5. Miami of Ohio and Toledo both up by 4. They did great. Arizona fell as far down as Tier 9 or Tier 10, yet ended up finishing as a +1, which is great for them. Houston and West Virginia each finished on an even, right back where they started. And then ASU, shocking for them to finish as a Tier 5 program when they were pretty consistently a Tier 1. Texas Tech was also a Tier 1 program for a bit of time, Tier 2 as well, obviously. But yeah, definitely some big drop-offs there. Tier number 6, Buffalo could have been the biggest winner, but they got relegated back-to-back years to go from a +7 to a +5. Tied with Eastern Michigan, another team to escape independent status. You had Purdue, Baylor, and Rutgers all hold, which is pretty tough for the likes of Purdue. They were up there for a bit. Also, shout out to Rice, who could have had a better than +1. But the big losers finishing in Tier 6, I mean, Stanford and Mizzou, each down by 1, or by 2, excuse me, was rough for them. Tier 7, another team that escaped irrelevancy of independent status, +4 for Sam Houston. Charlotte did a great job over the last couple seasons to dig their way out. And then Louisiana and New Mexico, both on a +2. There was not a single team in the Mountain West to hold their position. Completely different conference than what we started with. Oklahoma State fell by 2. Wake Forest, I meant to have them up here, they fell by 1. Syracuse, Virginia Tech, NC State, California, Iowa State, and Vanderbilt all fell by 3. NC State, they were better. Ooh, I earned a drop. NC State, they were better at one point, but kind of at a certain time. And then Vanderbilt, it could have been so much worse for them. The final Tier 8, Kent State up by 3. Bunch of teams getting out of Tier number 10 up to Tier 8 by the end of it. Quite a few holds. It's a bit disappointing for NDSU. They had been a couple of tiers higher for quite a few years before falling back down to reality. But the big losers, Northwestern, Kansas especially. Tier 9, FIU, Akron, Central Michigan, Missouri State, all up by 2. Marshall and Troy finished exactly where they started. And then there's Army on a -4, one of the bigger losers for sure. The military academy struggled big time. Right out of the gates, too, they struggled. Tier 10, no gigantic movement up, but Coastal Carolina was the only team to stay that started there, and then you get the big losers. Cincinnati could have been worse. San Diego State yo-yoed around. San Antonio did not have a great run. And in independent status, the only 4 teams to stay were South Bama, Kennesaw State, New Mexico State, and Old Dominion. And then that's where you have the big loser of Navy, down 7 tiers. North Texas fell by 4. San Jose State, UNLV, Air Force, Temple, and FAU all down by 3. The most shocking there has to be UNLV. They were, mid-tier, like tier 5, 6 for a while. And back half of this playthrough, they just absolutely collapsed in terms of their standing. But yeah, it actually gets us to the finish line. Imagine that. Crazy, crazy movement, but we accomplished our goal of a national championship. And certainly this will be a challenge that we do again. It's one of my favorite challenges we do. I don't know if we'll do it again in this game. Maybe we will. Certainly, now that we have our hands on NIL and we know what we're doing, I think we could get away with further restrictions. Like in the past, we had star-based restrictions in terms of who we were allowed to recruit. We had a bunch of stuff like that before. So, but definitely the next thing we do college football-wise, that run-only challenge is coming back. It's going to be a little bit, but that run-only challenge is definitely coming back. I can't say I'm upset that I don't have that playbook ready, because I'm not. I'm definitely ready for a break, but it does set me up to say I have no idea what I'm streaming tomorrow. Not a goddamn clue. Ooh, we got an achievement. And also, Pride of the 808. And also, I'm sure that's who that actually is. Shout out to Nova Scotia. But yeah, NBA comes out in a couple of days. I don't know if I'm going to want to get into Pro Spirits because I don't know if I'll have the time to sink into it as much as I want to. But yeah, the 26th is when NBA drops. Not that I'm sitting here being like, fuck yeah, let me pay a lot for one of these fucking editions. Jesus Christ. But we do always have fun on NBA at the very least. So there is that element to it as well. So we'll see. Next couple days, what we end up doing, what we end up playing. 4 days might be enough time to do everything on Pro Baseball Spirits that I want to do. Or maybe not, brother. And we'll find something else to do. At least for a couple of days. So, I mean, Lord knows there's plenty of options. So yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We'll definitely come up with something, and there's no way we're making that decision tonight because your boy is exhausted and going to bed. So, thank you everybody for hanging out. We're going to end things a little bit earlier tonight than what we have been doing. But again, I am tired, so I will get to bed. We will be back tomorrow with something different. What that something different is, I do not know, but we will find out. We will figure it out. Yeah. So anyway, take care of yourselves. Brush your teeth. It's important. Good night. Goodbye. Go away.